Good evening, and welcome to the opening session of our Plymouth Annual and Special Summer Town Meetings being held live Monday, August 10th, 2020 at 6 p.m. This is the first time in the history of Plymouth Town Meeting that our legislature is being convened by remote participation. Acting Town Clerk Pearl Sears has advised me that we now have a quorum of at least 90 elected town meeting members, and I therefore declare that a quorum being present, this virtual annual town meeting will come to order at 6 p.m. At this time, we begin with a salute to the flag, proudly led by our Plymouth Police Honor Guard, our national anthem performed by Plymouth resident David Tyler, and an invocation offered by Reverend Gary Marks, Pastor Emeritus of the Church of the Pilgrimage. After the invocation, Acting Town Clerk Pearl Sears will read the 2019 in memoriam record of town officials. And following that, she'll be accompanied by Amazing Grace, performed by David Tyler, followed by Words of Remembrance by Reverend Marks. So sit back and enjoy Plymouth's first virtual town meeting opening ceremonies.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Eternal source of our lives, we offer our thanksgiving for the gifts of freedom and self-governance. We are grateful for the ideals of those who settled in this place 400 years ago. We recognize with gratitude the values expressed in the Mayflower Compact, drawn up and signed at Provincetown Harbor in 1620. We are thankful to that compact included all parties involved, not just the Pilgrims. For the democratic ideals which were expressed in the compact regarding the right of self-rule, we are also thankful. We are indebted to the native peoples in this area, without whom the Pilgrim experiment would likely not have survived. May the principles of justice and equality ever be present in the deliberations and decisions of Plymouth Town Meeting as we face the challenges of 2020 with our finest efforts to preserve our 400-year legacy of democratic self-rule. May we now and hereafter cling tenaciously to the gifts of freedom anchored in the will of the people. Amen.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now am found, was blind, but now I see. 'Twas grace grace hath brought my heart to fear, and grace my fears relieved. How precious did that grace appear, the hour I first believed.
The following is the 2019 memoriam. Ennis Almeida, school custodian. Jeffrey N. Aylward, firefighter. Mary Beatty, school nurse. Jocelyn Belargin, school teacher. Kenneth Bukes, planning board chair. William Burke, assessor, airport commissioner. Jeremias P. Cabral, water department. David H. Cashin, DPW, maintenance. Paul Coffin, school teacher. Louis E. Camo, police officer. Joseph Carrera, police officer. Marion Crocker, school teacher. Muriel Denal, school teacher. Patricia Dye, school teacher. Michael Ferrazzi, police sergeant. Arthur S. Fontes, firefighter. Lisa J. Fornashari, secretary, town clerk's office. Ruth Griswold, school teacher. Francis P. Hendry, school custodian. Harold Mansfield, school painter. Richard J. Morini, plumbing inspector. Virginia Patarelli, voting warden. Alan M. Santos, water department. Robert Francis Silva, police officer. Francis Vincent Silva, DPW, maintenance. Shirley Small, school secretary. David A. Strassel, firefighter. Ann B. Stewart, school secretary.
Though we've been there 10,000 years, bright shining as the sun, we've no less days to sing God's praise than when we'd first begun.
Eternal One, it is with gratitude that we remember those of our number who have passed this mortal life. We are appreciative of their service to the principles of self-rule. May those who from their labors rest be at eternal peace. Amen.
Thank you. Immediately following the annual town election, I appointed Nicole Manfredi as Assistant Town Moderator. Nicole has been duly sworn by Acting Town Clerk Pearl Sears. If there are no objections, Nicole will once again serve as Assistant Town Moderator. Nicole and I have been at PAC TV since 4 o'clock this afternoon, and Nicole will now provide a technology update. Welcome, Nicole.
Thank you, Steve. First, I'd like to acknowledge the tremendous effort and support provided by the staff at PAC TV. They have been absolutely instrumental in assisting me with the technology side of this project. I'd also like to thank town meeting members for their patience throughout the training process. None of us could ever have expected to be in this position, but the health and safety of our community members is what's most important. We have 7 town meeting members participating from the cafeteria at Plymouth North High School with direct but socially distanced technology support. To all town meeting members, if at any time throughout the evening you have a technology issue, please reach out to the help desk. It is fully staffed and ready for your calls if need be.
Thanks, Nicole. We also welcome Mark Rich of Coltman and Page, who will serve as our town counsel throughout tonight's session of town meeting. Attorney Rich joins Nicole and me in the studio. Welcome, Mr. Rich. And at this time, I'd also like to recognize Julie Thompson, Executive Director of PAC TV. She joins us in studio with 2 representatives from OTI Technologies, We're joined by Drew Chase and also by Samuel Franklin. Together, PAC TV and OTI Technologies will be supporting our Zoom webinar and V-Voter platforms throughout town meeting. Special thanks to the technology team and also to town meeting members who began on July 9th with the Committee of Precinct chairs and continued throughout July in 10 training sessions led by Assistant Town Moderator Nicole Manfredi and her technology team. According to our town charter, Chapter 2, Section 5, Subsection 2, the town clerk keeps a record of attendance, and pursuant to the next subsection, a representative town meeting member who cannot attend a session shall provide written notice to the town clerk. Anyone wishing to inquire as to reasons given for town meeting absence should check with the town clerk. And we have good attendance this evening, but tonight our thoughts and prayers go out to town meeting member Brenda Bradley. She is a Beth Israel Deaconess in Plymouth in the intensive care unit. Brenda has had perfect attendance as a town meeting member up until this evening, and she was planning to participate remotely. We wish her our best. Pursuant to Chapter 2, Section 10, Subsection 2 of the Charter, representative town meeting members shall notify the town clerk in writing prior to the town meeting session as to any articles giving rise to financial conflict of interest. Town meeting members are also reminded that the V-Voter platform includes an option to abstain if needed. As Plymouth Town Moderator, I requested that Plymouth State Representative Matthew Muratori co-sponsor legislation for a virtual town meeting. As a result of his efforts and the action of the state legislature, on June 4th of this year, Governor Baker approved Chapter 92 of the Acts of 2020, which is an act relative to municipal governance during the COVID-19 emergency. In accordance with Section 8A8, registered voters residing in the town wishing to participate in a remote town meeting shall submit a written request to the town clerk not less than 48 hours in advance of town meeting. Upon receipt of the request, the clerk shall verify the requesting voter's registration status, and tonight, 2 registered voters have requested to participate. Town meeting members are reminded tonight that we have a live cable audience, and once you've been recognized, you'll be unmuted with speaking privileges. Town meeting members and officials on our panel are encouraged to identify yourselves by name and precinct or title each time you speak, since some members of the cable audience may tune in at different times. Town meeting members are using the V-Voter platform to request to speak unless a town meeting member has contacted me in advance to be on a speaker's list, and I was receiving requests right up until just before 6 o'clock this evening. When you wish to speak, please click on V-Voter and you'll be added to the queue of speakers. The town officials attending by panel may be asked questions through me. If you're called as a speaker on deck, please be prepared to unmute yourself once your name has been announced. Tonight, we're utilizing an electronic V-Voter system. If you experience a problem when voting, click on V-Voter for a point of order. But if your problem is with V-Voter, please call the help desk and report your point of order to the operator. The help desk is available throughout each session of town meeting, beginning at 4 p.m. until adjournment. And if you have special needs, or if you have a concern for which you do not wish to interrupt the meeting with a point of order, then please call the help desk, and the attendant can then in turn communicate to me through the assistant moderator. We request that when you speak, please silence all sounds where you're located to avoid distraction and interference with your audio. Town meeting debate is directed through the moderator. All amendments to main motions are to be in writing, and procedural motions, whenever practicable, are to be submitted in writing in advance. We have received some additional written motions to amend since last Thursday's preview, and I will highlight them for you this evening. If you wish to accomplish something procedurally during the course of the meeting, do not hesitate to click on your V-Voter application to make a motion or a point of order. and we'll attempt to help you frame an appropriate motion or question that's consistent with either past practice or our parliamentary handbook, Town Meeting Time. The book suggests that even if the rest of the meeting knows the answer, it does no harm to review and restate a principle from time to time, and that's what I'm doing right now in these opening remarks. So if an amendment contains a legal question or has legal ramifications, I may confer with Town Council Mark Rich, and such motion may be delayed until written and possibly researched. Residents who wish to make motions may do so through a town meeting member. Debate will be encouraged. And if I've been notified in advance you wish to speak on an article, your name has been added to a list of scheduled speakers. I'll attempt to give everyone an opportunity to speak once before calling on a town meeting member another time. All speakers during this town meeting by remote participation will be limited each time as a speaker to up to 3 minutes. The time allotment includes question and answer exchanges. And town meeting members are always reminded that while the moderator limits the scope of the debate, you limit the length of the debate. If town meeting wishes to close debate, a member may click on the voter and move the question to close debate. This is a motion to close debate. It is not debatable. It requires a 2/3 vote. And when I receive such a motion, we will display the speaker's queue on the screen. As assistant moderator and moderator, Ms. Manfredi and I will be presiding throughout this virtual town meeting. We do not intend to become directly involved in the substantive discussion, but as procedural facilitators to this legislative body, we'll attempt to be consistent and follow common sense. Tonight, all voting will be done electronically. A motion to change the order of the article requires a 2/3 vote. I do have one motion to change the order. A town meeting member who votes on the prevailing side of a motion may later move to reconsider the motion. And when a vote results in a tie pursuant to our charter, as the moderator, I may break the tie. We will recess within 2 hours from the start of this meeting as provided in our town charter. You're reminded that a quorum is presumed and a town meeting member may question the quorum at any time. And Assistant Moderator Nicole Manfredi, what number are we up to at this time?
120.
120. So we have 120 town meeting members, which is currently 30 over the quorum for a total of 135 town meeting members. We were notified in advance at least 3 could not be here. I'm now up to 121. So we're getting very good attendance in this town meeting by remote participation. The return of the warrant of the annual town meeting shows that it's been properly served. If there are no objections, we'll waive the reading of the constable's return of service of the warrant of the annual town meeting. And further, if there are no objections, we'll waive the reading of the warrant. And at this time, we're going to go to the annual town meeting procedural motions. Town meeting members, you received them in advance. I may have a couple more to add this evening, but the first motion, Mr. Canty moves that all business in all sessions of this annual town meeting be commenced and conducted remotely by means of the Zoom webinar and OTI virtual voting platforms. We're going to go to Kevin Canty. He is the chair of the Advisory and Finance Committee. This is a majority vote. It is debatable. I have 2 town meeting members who have asked to speak. Mr. Canty, on your motion.
Involved in town government, we have been eagerly looking forward to 2020. Well, now that it's here, I don't think any of us are happy with how 2020 has turned out. A year we thought would be full of celebrations and added interest in economic activity in our community has instead given us a global pandemic, heartbreaking stories of death and loss around our country and the world, and significant uncertainty in all aspects of our lives. In the face of such uncertainty, it is of the utmost importance that this town meeting go forward. Town meeting will create a budget for this fiscal year, which will help both the management and the employees of the town and the schools immensely in planning for the already challenging year ahead. Having town meeting will also permit the town to set the tax rate, which is essential for the financial planning of both the town and its residents. For those reasons, among others, our community needs this town meeting to go forward. And this town meeting must be conducted virtually. Some are very unhappy with the proposed virtual nature of this town meeting. Counter proposals for entirely physical or hybrid alternatives have been made continuously by some town meeting members. However, given the persistent spread of the virus, it must be understood that there is no safe way, no matter how elaborate, to have any type of physical component to this town meeting without putting each other and our loved ones at risk. Some may feel so strongly about having a physical component to town meeting that they may be willing to risk it. But with this virus, we must all understand that putting ourselves at risk does not only risk ourselves, it also risks those that we come into contact with, those that did not have a choice, those that are depending on us to do what we need to do, whether we're happy about it or not, to make sure we will not contribute to the spread of this disease. Town meeting will meet physically again, but we simply cannot meet physically now. This year has been full of uncertainty caused by things beyond any of our control, without anything we could do about it. We cannot cure this virus today. We cannot repair our nation's economy today. And we cannot get our normal lives back today. But we can have a town meeting today. And by doing so, we can give our town and the residents and employees that depend on it some small degree of certainty in these uncertain times. Today's town meeting will not be what it used to be, or what we wish it could be, but it will be enough to get this necessary work done. Please vote in favor of a virtual town meeting today, even if you're unhappy about it. This isn't about any of us or our personal feelings or preferences. This is about all of us. This virtual town meeting will not be perfect, but it will be far, far better than nothing. Our community is depending on us. Thank you for your time.
We're going to continue now with debate, and the first town meeting member from Precinct 10, Robert Duggan, will be followed by Precinct 6, Cheryl Kingfisher. We are debating annual town meeting, the first procedural motion, and we're going to go to Robert Duggan. Good evening, Mr. Duggan. For those of you watching, we'll hear from town meeting members as they're given speaking privileges and they unmute themselves. They'll be able to speak at town meeting. And we're now going to go to Robert Duggan. He is a town meeting member. And I believe Mr. Duggan is one of the people at Plymouth North High School. We're not seeing him in the list of people signed in.
No, there's no way for us to know if he's at the high school.
He's not signed in. He just put in a request to speak. We're going to work on bringing him in. And in the meantime, we're going to go to Cheryl Kingfisher, Precinct 6. So if we can bring in Cheryl Kingfisher, she'd like to speak to the motion. Cheryl, are you there? This is Plymouth Town Meeting. It's coming to you live this evening, August 10th. We began at 6 o'clock. We're in the annual town meeting, and we are handling procedural motions at the start of the annual town meeting. Cheryl, good evening.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
We can.
I have unmuted
Welcome.
myself.
Go ahead.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and fellow town meeting members. I could not have possibly said more eloquently the reasons why I'm going to vote to conduct this town meeting virtually tonight than did Mr. Canty. But while I have this moment, we have before us a COVID crisis. We have cities and towns around the country that are finding themselves in the same kind of COVID conundrums as we are. And among the many aspects of those conundrums is the situation in which we have all chosen to work very hard to get to this moment. So I'd like to take this moment to, as a town meeting member, and for all the rest of you who wish to join me, if we could raise our hands, we could, but we can't. thank a number of the folks who have put this together for all of their extremely hard work. First to you, Mr. Moderator, thank you so much for guiding us through the maze of these COVID moments. I would also, again, like to thank Mr. Canty, but also his Advisory and Finance Committee for all the hard work they've done. And do a shout out to Jeanette White and to Pearl Sears, town staff who have had to work very hard, to the select board and to the town manager, to Mike McKinney and all of the folks at PAC TV. And last, I would like to take this special moment to spotlight and thank two amazing women, our finance director, Lynn Barrett, and our assistant town moderator, Nicole Manfredi. Without the last two of you, we would not be here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. That is Cheryl Kingfisher, Precinct 6. I've received a request that before we take the vote on this procedural motion, that we do a roll call, although we've confirmed that we have enough town meeting members to have a quorum, and although the vote on this motion will be like a roll call of who's present, a number of town meeting members have asked that we have what would amount to a practice vote. And so we're going to take a roll call vote. And as soon as we're ready with the representatives from OTI Technologies as well as from PAC TV, we're going to go into a roll call. We're going to start tonight, and you'll see the roll call. Please select one and press the green vote button to indicate that you're present. And we're going to do a timer, and we're going to begin voting as soon as you see the timer, and you'll have 1 minute in which to vote. And we're going to begin. I guess we're not going to see it on the screen, but what we are going to do is we're going to have a timer here, and we're going to begin voting now. So we're voting on whether we're present, how many people are present, and town meeting members are using the V-Voter platform for that. And at the end, we'll scroll through the precincts, and you'll see how town meeting members voted as to their presence, and you'll get to see who is here for your representative town meeting member in your precinct. And we're down to 30 seconds. We're giving them plenty of time to vote, and this will be the process throughout town meeting, as town meeting members have the ability, wherever they are, at home or otherwise, to be able to vote and indicate whether they are present. And so they'll be doing that. This is coming to you live on August 10th. We start at 6 o'clock. We've got 6 seconds left, and the voting now is concluded. Thank you. And now we're going to have a vote. Julie, I need batteries. Batteries. You'll see that we're going through the precincts. We have precincts 4, 5, and 6, earlier 1, 2, and 3. This is giving us an idea as to who is participating. And in this particular session of town meeting, we're having high town meeting member participation. I also see that there is going to be a point of order. So before I conclude and call the number of people who have voted, I'm going to be going to Precinct 4, John Hammond, as soon as we scroll through the precincts. So if we can pick up Precinct 4, John Hammond on a point of order, and then we will announce the number who are present. John, are you with us? John Hammond, Precinct 4. We're going to be asking Mr. Hammond if he wants to.
I'm unmuted, but I can't. Most of us, I think, cannot unmute ourselves, and that was my point of order.
Yes, that's true. You cannot.
Mute button is missing most of the time from the screen, so
That's
I just wanted
correct.
you to be aware of that.
John, what happens is you are all muted, and when you have been recognized, then they will unmute you, the technology team, and that is so that we don't have a lot of additional background audio to interfere with the audio.
I appreciate the reasons. When you keep asking us to unmute ourselves and I can't, I want to be sure that we're okay, and we are. So thank you. I'm done.
Yes, you are. Good. Thank you. But I'm now going to go back to Robert Duggan in Precinct 10. Is Mr. Duggan with us now? Robert Duggan wanted to speak on the motion. By the way, we had 115 who voted present.
We don't have them.
We don't have Robert Duggan, but we do have a number. OTI, what was the number present? 115 voted present. We have 120 logged in. Mr. Duggan is not on, but I do have, if we can go to Precinct 10, Stacey Delacruz would like to be recognized also on a point of order. So go to Precinct 10, Stacey Delacruz. And what happens is town meeting members are able on the V-Voter platform to click that they want to speak or a point of order or make a motion. And Ms. Delacruz has asked that she be provided an opportunity for a point of order. Ms. Delacruz, are you with us?
Hi, this is Stacey. Yep, I just wanted to let you guys know that I am here. It didn't register my vote.
Okay, that's excellent. So for all town meeting members and the public, this is how we're going to correct votes. If for some reason the vote didn't get registered, then in an in-person town meeting, a member could get up and state that their vote was not registered. Here, we have a couple of ways to do that. And what Stacey did was she clicked on the V-Voter and we recognized her. And as I said earlier, if the V-Voter doesn't work, then in that case, you can call the help desk. And so now we've completed, we have 116 who have indicated they're present. I believe we had 121 logged in. And I believe, is Mr. Duggan going to come over the phone?
Yes.
Are we going to patch him in? And so we're going to patch in Mr. Duggan, and that's how we're going to bring in also the residents who have asked in advance to participate at this town meeting. And so currently, as soon as that person can come through,
Paul McGee did not have his vote registered.
Paul McGee, I'm told that Paul McGee also did not have his vote registered, and did he call the desk? Who's this?
Mr. Duggan.
Okay, he can call.
Speaker.
Go ahead. So we have Robert Duggan, and there's a number if you have a problem getting through with the Zoom webinar. There's a number that we can provide to patch you in the studio, and then there could be a voiceover on that. Currently, we're calling Mr. Duggan so that we can complete the debate on the first procedural motion. Following the debate on this motion, we'll be going to the second procedural motion. And while we're waiting for Mr. Duggan, I'm going to review that not only with town meeting members, but also with the public. So upon completion of the debate on whether to have a virtual annual town meeting, we will then, if town meeting approves that, we will then go to a motion from Mr. Canty that certain articles under the warrant be consolidated under what is considered a consent agenda, and that these articles be approved upon as written in the warrant and as set forth in the report and recommendations of the Advisory and Finance Committee. And the chair of the Advisory and Finance Committee will speak to the articles that are proposed to be in this consent agenda. And the reason we're doing this is to try to narrow down the votes for this town meeting. As you can see, it is going to take us a little bit longer to complete our voting at this town meeting by remote participation. And we now have Mr. Duggan.
We have Duggan?
No.
No, Duggan's calling right now.
Okay, I understand that Mr. Duggan is calling in, and we'll bring him over. And then we'll continue. I'm just previewing the next motion. And do we have Mr. Duggan? Mr. Duggan?
Hold on, we're transferring him over.
We're transferring him over on a call that's patched into the studio, a little different from other town meeting members. Robert Duggan?
Can you hear me, Mr. Moderator?
Yes, good evening. How are you?
Well, I've been better, Mr. Moderator, obviously.
Okay. What would you like to say in regards to this procedural motion to approve a virtual town meeting?
Mr. Moderator, what I'd like to do is thank Mark McKinley from PAC TV, Nicole Manfredi, Assistant Town Moderator, and yourself for the amount of time and effort you put into this procedure. But saying that, I want you to know that I am one of the unheard of 12, the 12 people who have been disenfranchised, the 12 town meeting members. I also invested quite a bit of time. I invested 5.5 hours trying to get through to Zoom. Finally, Mark McKinley stepped in and helped me out, and I realized that my operating system, OS 10, would not cover the most current Zoom. Consequently, I requested a computer technology help to help me. I didn't get my training with my eyes. My training came from a call by my landline. I got to listen to the explanations, not see the explanations. Today is the first time I'm able to speak because on last week, I was told, after being told I was going to get a computer, I was told to watch it on TV. Both Monday and Thursday nights, I was told to watch it on TV. Myself and 11 other town meeting members. And what angered me, Mr. Moderator, is after our state representative spoke, you made a comment that 123 of 135 town meeting members had logged in on Monday night.
30 seconds.
You knew where the other 12 town meeting members were. You said you wanted to wait to see if any additional members called in. You knew 12 of us were incapable of calling in. You knew Thursday 12 of us were incapable of calling in. My fellow town meeting members, and more importantly, the residents of Plymouth, we were being deceived. The residents of Plymouth, I argue, that you were being denied your representation, my representation. You elected us to speak. This is not the way this should be conducted. We could not vote. Democracy was being withheld from you. So I asked, in this virtual procedure, where is the balance of power? Where is the oversight on the town moderator? There is none. This is not how democracy is supposed to work. Usually we have eyes on the procedure. Usually we are viewed by others as we speak and deliberate. Town meeting members are being reduced to radio callers in a live TV production. Voting was reduced from 7 minutes during the original training on my landline to 1 minute last week. Why don't we make it 5 seconds? See who can hit their buzzer.
Mr. Duggan, I've let you go an extra minute. I think we're going to have to move on.
Carry the votes that way.
Mr. Duggan, I do have a question. Are you currently at Plymouth North High School?
Better than this, Mr. Moderator. I urge my fellow town meeting members to vote no on a virtual town meeting.
Mr. Duggan, are you at Plymouth North High School? Mr. Duggan,
I didn't hear the question.
are you at Plymouth North High School?
Yes, Mr. Moderator.
And
they found me and they found my voice.
thank you. And do you have the V-Voter available for you to vote this evening?
Yes, I don't know if it works. I haven't been able to take one vote yet. You try to recognize me to speak, and all town meeting members, I hope their clocks are running to see how long it took to connect.
Thank you, Mr. Duggan. And I would note that we did receive your request to speak on the V-Voters, so you did use it correctly and it was available to you. And I understand you're also able to view the Zoom webinar platform at Plymouth North High School, where you and 6 other town meeting members have elected to be at the high school in order to have technical assistance with people in person who can assist you. At this time, we're going to continue on the debate. We have 2 other people, but first I have a point of order from Michael Withington, followed by 2 motions to close debate. Mr. Withington, Precinct 5, what is your point of order?
Can you hear me, Steve?
I
Just a
can.
question.
Welcome.
My point of order would be under normal circumstances, when time runs out, you'd have to have somebody vote that you can have additional time. And I think that would be the same in this case, if I'm not correct, so we don't get into arguments, we get into dialogue.
Mr. Withington, we're going to try to do our best to keep it within 3 minutes. We have a lot of motions, a lot of business, and we're going to be doing this for many nights if we don't continue to move forward and try to keep the debate as crisp and clear and concise as possible. But thank you for your point of order. I'm now going to go to the first person.
Mr. Moderator,
yes?
as you said in the beginning, you discussed, we're responsible for the length of the debate, and you're responsible for the scope of the debate. Is that correct?
Yes, and that's
okay.
why I'm going
to. That's it. I'll take your words under advisement.
Thank you. And with that, we're going to move for town meeting member Andrew Loretz, who has moved to close debate, to limit the amount of debate. This is not debatable. However, we're going to show the screen, and I can tell you while we show, if we're able to show the screen, but I can tell you of who wants to speak, and there you see it. What I'm seeing is one other town meeting member did want to speak on the motion. And so now at this point, we're going to do a vote. It'll be a roll call vote on whether to close debate. So what you're voting on, a yes would be to end debate on whether to vote on the procedural motion for a virtual town meeting. A no vote would be to continue more debate and discussion on this motion. And as soon as we're ready, we're going to begin with the voting, and you'll see it on your screen to close debate, and we're going to start the voting now. And town meeting members have an opportunity now to vote as to whether to limit the debate and to close it. And then if they vote yes, we'll vote on the main procedural motion. If they vote no, then we will continue with more debate and deliberation on this first of many procedural motions to be coming before town meeting. 1 is a yes, 2 is a no, 3 is to abstain. This is coming to you live on Monday, August 10th. It is coming to you from several locations. There are several of us at PAC TV on Fort Collins Road. There are town officials in the Great Hall. We have town meeting members, 7 of them at Plymouth North High School. We're now down to 7 seconds. We'll be completing the vote. This is whether to close debate, and the voting is now ended. And now we will have the total. And 99 say close debate. 18 want to continue with debate. 1 abstention. The motion carries. And we can scroll through the precincts so you'll get a chance to see. The green are the yeses, and we're starting with 4, 5, and 6. We'll come back to 1, 2, and 3. We're going to continue with the precincts so people can see that their vote was properly registered. Again, any town meeting member, if in fact your vote was not covered here, you should indicate a point of order on your V-voter. And if that doesn't come through, then you can call in and we'll take your vote. But it does pass, 99 in favor, 18 no, 1 abstention, and the motion carries. We're going to see precincts 1, 2, and 3, if we could, and there they go. And so that ends now the procedural motion to close debate. Now we're going to vote on a main procedural motion, and town meeting members will be voting whether to continue this town meeting by remote participation or, as we have also known, as a virtual town meeting with virtual voting platforms. A yes would be to continue. A no would be that we would adjourn to September 8. So at this time, I don't see any other motions before me or requests to speak. So we're going to begin to take the vote on whether to have a virtual town meeting. We're going to show it on the screen, and then we're going to take the vote. You'll see the vote is up there on the screen. Town meeting members can now start to vote. Town meeting members are voting whether to approve a virtual town meeting in the annual town meeting. We're currently taking procedural motions in the annual town meeting. We'll then go to the special town meeting if town meeting members vote to continue. I do see a point of order from one town meeting member. So we're going to ask to speak to Leonard Vaz. I believe he is at Plymouth North High School. And once we complete the voting, we will then hear from Mr. Vaz before we call the vote. And I assume that Mr. Vaz can come in as other town meeting members. And if not, we're going to need to provide them with the number for the voiceover that Mr. Duggan had. And 7 seconds, we're going to complete the voting. And before we call the vote, we're going to hear from Mr. Vaz. So do we have Leonard Vaz from Precinct 1? Leonard Vaz. Is Mr. Vaz coming over? Is he coming?
He's coming, so.
Yeah. Is he unmuted? Lenny? Mr.
Yes,
Vaz?
my vote was not recorded.
Your vote was
on
not
the
recorded.
closing of the debate.
Okay, and Mr. Vaz, what is your vote?
Excuse me?
What, did you vote yes or no or abstain on?
I voted yes.
He voted yes. So did Mr. Vaz's vote come through? He said he voted yes. Precinct 1. Oh, yours was on continuing the debate, Mr. Vaz?
The what?
Was your vote yes to continue debate, or was it on the virtual town meeting?
Mine was to close the debate.
Okay, yes to close debate. So we'll add his name and to vote. And I'll ask OTI, did his vote come through on the virtual town meeting? We'll have to check that. They'll have to check that. Yeah. And Mr. Vaz, I'll ask you while you're on there, when you did vote for the virtual town meeting, did it come through? Did your screen tell you that the vote was received?
Yes.
Yes, okay, thank you. Thank you for that call. All right, so we'll add him to the yeses on the motion to close debate. And at this point, with no other points of order, I'm going to go 90 vote in favor of the virtual town meeting, 27 voting in opposition, 3 abstaining. It carries, and we'll now continue with an annual town meeting by remote participation. And so we'll now go on to the second motion. And the second motion, as I previewed, is the consent agenda. It's the main motion of this procedural motion from the Advisory and Finance Committee, we're going to go to Kevin Canty, and he will speak to the procedural motion on whether or not to have a consent agenda. Mr. Canty.
The following articles were viewed by those organizing this town meeting as being non-controversial, mostly housekeeping items, where it was anticipated there would be little, if any, debate or discussion. Putting them all on a consent agenda allows for them to all be included in a single vote, which it is hoped will provide more time for the debate and discussion of other articles at this town meeting. The included articles are the following. Article 2, which will allow boards and committees to place their reports on file with the town clerk. Article 3, which will set the spending caps for the listed revolving funds. Article 4, which will authorize 3 specified town committees to continue operating for the next 3 years. Article 6, which will set the stipends for the select board and town moderator. Article 12, which will authorize the town to accept Chapter 90 money for accepted roads. Article 13, which will allow expenditures from the town's promotion fund. Article 14, which will accept the listed roads as public ways. Article 17, which will accept a memorandum of understanding that will allow the schools to receive some reimbursement for transporting children in foster care. And Article 20, which will amend the general bylaws to permit oversight of the demolition of large-scale industrial buildings in town, such as the nuclear power plant. The Advisory and Finance Committee recommend town meeting approve each of these articles in unanimous votes, except for Article 14, which you'll recall is the one that deals with the acceptance of roads as public ways. The committee recommended town meeting approve Article 14 specifically in a vote of 12-2 with no abstention.
Amend, but before I come to that, I see that we have 2 points of order. We're first going to go to Precinct 10, Alan Costello, followed by Precinct 10, Robert Duggan. So, Mr. Costello, welcome this evening. We are currently speaking to the procedural motion for consent agenda. Mr. Costello, your point of order.
Good evening, Mr. Moderator. My point of order is that the B voter screen did not go through the roll call precinct by precinct like was promised to us on that last vote.
Did we see that? We can show it. So we'll show that one more time. And while we show that, if we'll have OTI show that, I'm going to ask Mr. Duggan for his point of order. But while he comes over behind me, if we can show by precinct those people who voted for the virtual voting, yes, no, and abstentions. So we'll be showing that on every vote tonight. We want to be showing through precinct. So OTI is going to call that up, and they're going to show us that. I see that Mr. Duggan has come off, so perhaps he withdrew.
He had to call in last time.
Right, but his name came up again at a new time.
Maybe he doesn't have a microphone.
So at this time, you'll see there's the total, and now you're going to see through the screen, you're going to see through precincts, we want to go see precincts 1, 2, and 3, and then we'll see 4, 5, and 6, and we'll do that every time. It's starting with 4, 5, and 6. We'll come back to 1, 2, and 3. Okay, 7, 8, and 9, and you'll see the people who voted yes for the virtual annual, those who voted no, and abstention. We're into the beginning of our town meeting. I do see a request for a speaker on the motion. I'm not going to take speakers on this motion until such time as we hear from the makers of the motion to amend, and they'll speak, and then I'll call on the speaker. I do, however, another point of order. So while we're going through the list, we're going to go to Precinct 15, Birgitta Kuehn. So if we can call in Birgitta Kuehn, give her speaking privileges, and she'll unmute herself, and then we'll hear from Birgitta on her point of order with respect to the current matter we have before us. So, Birgitta, are you with us?
I am, Mr. Moderator.
Welcome.
That you can hear me.
We can.
Thank you. On the last two votes, even though you registered my vote, my V-voter screen said that the vote was not accepted. So I felt that it didn't go through, but when I saw you scroll through the precincts, I saw that my vote did go through. So there's a little bit of a discrepancy there, and I wanted to make you aware.
Thank you. Thank you. And I see Robert Duggan again is asking to be brought in on a point of order. So if we can bring Precinct 10, Robert Duggan, who would like to speak again on a point of order. Is he coming through on the Zoom webinar, or do we need to have him call in?
Have him call in. Come on, Lenny.
So I know Lenny Vaz was there, and Lenny came in okay. So we should be able to get Mr. Duggan to come through on the Zoom webinar. Is he with us? If not, we'll work on getting him in. And I do see a motion to close debate.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Moderator.
Mr. Duggan, welcome again. Go ahead.
Welcome, Mr. Moderator. Mr. Moderator, I voted no to close debate. And I also did originally try to get in through the V-voter. I was unable to when I spoke. They had a phone over to PAC TV. I was on a regular landline that wasn't even mine. Okay, so I just want that clarified.
Okay, and so we'll have you as a no on the motion to close debate if OTI didn't show that. And secondly, you've now come in on the V-voter with your request. You didn't call in on a landline this time?
No, he's on Zoom.
You're on Zoom, so you're all set. So this time you came through as other town meeting members. So at this time, I have several people that want to speak on the motion as well as the motion to close debate. I can't close debate on the main motion until such time as we take the motions to amend. So we don't need to show that at this point. I'm going to go to Randolph Parker, Precinct 7, moves to divide the consent agenda to separate Article 20 as a separate article. This is a majority vote and a roll call if it's not unanimous. Mr. Parker, if we can go to him, he's on Precinct 7. And Mr. Parker, go ahead on your motion.
Mr. Moderator.
Good evening.
What was that beeping sound in the background? Was that your egg timer?
I just clicked it. I'm timing you. Go ahead.
I was afraid of that. For the record, this is Randy Parker, Precinct 7. The amendment to divide Article 20 from the consent agenda is offered because it is a bylaw change, affects an entire zoning district into perpetuity, and is not routine. We ought to have an opportunity to discuss and vote Article 20 without compromising the other consent agenda items. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you, town meeting. And we don't need that egg timer, Steve.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. At this time, I'm going to go to Colleen Coughlin. And I'm not going to have any debate, but I would like to clarify from Colleen Coughlin if she's moving to close debate on Mr. Parker's motion to divide. So if we can ask Colleen Coughlin, Precinct 6, so I can just check with her on what her motion to close debate and whether it's on this motion to divide. Can we get Precinct 6, Colleen Coughlin? Colleen, are you with us? This is Plymouth's annual town meeting coming to you live on August 10th, 2020. She's not with us, so we're going to continue, and I'm going to put on the second motion that we have to amend, and then we'll have all of these on the floor, and I'll begin to call on speakers. So the next motion and you may not all have it, but it is a motion to amend the consent agenda. Peter Neville, Precinct 10, moves the consent agenda be expanded. And you may want to take this down. He wants to add in motion 16A, 16B, 16C, 16E, 16F, and 16G. So this would be to expand the consent agenda to include these motions. And let's get Peter Neville to be able to speak on this. Peter Neville is with Precinct 10. Mr. Neville, good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to participate in the town meeting. Thank you, Steve, and others for your leadership on this. My motion is really to help expedite the process, and it's my feeling from hearing from the Community Preservation Committee and Bill Kuehn that I believe that this money is very, very well managed by this committee, and it's money that's already been raised. Town isn't being asked to consider raising any money. It's already there. I happen to think they've done a remarkably good job of accounting for the funds, and these motions simply provide Bill an opportunity and the committee an opportunity to highlight what they've done. And I think that in the interest of time, it might be more expeditious just to go along with the precedent that they've set in extraordinary stewardship of the town's money.
Thank you, Mr. Neville. We'll now go to William Kuehn. He is with Precinct 3. He is also chair of the Community Preservation Committee, and he is a town meeting member speaking to this motion to amend the consent agenda. And Mr. Kuehn, are you with us? This is Plymouth's annual town meeting, and it's coming to you live on Monday, August 10th. And good evening.
Good evening, Steve. This is Bill Kuehn with the Community Preservation Committee, and I would like to support Peter's motion. Thank you, Peter, for taking the initiative. I think that the Community Preservation always likes to have a chance to make a presentation on each article so people at home can view that presentation. And the way that this town meeting is conducted, the presentation forum has met that goal. We've been able to make our presentation, the town meeting members and the residents, on the expenditures of the Community Preservation Act. But I just wanted to let you know that I am in support of this motion for the 16 articles and also in the special on the articles for the community preservation under the 9s.
Thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
Now we're going to go to people who've asked to speak. We have the main motion for the consent. We have the motion to divide and the motion to amend. Precinct 5, Wrestling Brewster, has asked to speak on the motion. So we're going to go to Mr. Brewster. He's in Precinct 5. And Mr. Brewster, good evening and welcome.
Yeah, Wrestling Brewster, Precinct 5. I am talking about the motion to amend. I'm all for consolidating, but the motion to amend 16A, B, C, E, F, and G, it's a really dangerous precedent that we divide these. I'm all for, consolidating the presentation, but it's a lot of money that we have to decide on. And if you start consolidating stuff that, really has that much money, and it's a really dangerous precedent. And I'm against consolidating that. The other stuff is okay, but it deserves each of those articles deserve debate.
Okay, further discussion. If I don't see anybody on the request list, then we're going to now go and we're going to vote on, we have Precinct 5, Michael Withington. We'll bring back in Mr. Withington, who wants to speak.
Michael Withington, Precinct 5. Thank you, Steve, and thank you for all of the hard work that's been putting into this effort. I have to agree with fellow Precinct 5 member Wrestling Brewster. I think articles should stand on their own merit and be voted on. Community Preservation Act always does a good job. I have no doubt that Bill is being a good steward of the finances, but as they say, trust everybody but count the card. So I would vote against consolidating the community preservation articles into a consent agenda.
And we have additional people looking to speak, but first I have a motion to close debate, and this is from Stacey Delacruz. So just to clarify, that would be a motion to close debate on Mr. Parker's motion to amend. So we're going to show the screen, and we're going to show who we have who wants to still speak, and we'll show that up. You'll see I have one person listed who wants to speak, and now town meeting members are going to be asked to vote as to whether to close debate on Mr. Parker's motion to divide Article 20 from the consent agenda. So as soon as we're ready and we show that on the screen, from there it is, close debate, and you can start voting now. We're voting on whether to close debate. We're in the annual town meeting. We are on the second main procedural motion, and there are several motions subsidiary to that main procedural motion, and we're now voting on the first one, which is Mr. Parker's motion to divide. We're not voting on that yet. We're voting on whether to close debate on that. And so town meeting members, it requires a 2/3 vote on whether to close debate, and we're down to 30 seconds. And I see there are other motions pending here. We have another motion to close debate, and that is going to be following. So on this one, we've got 16 seconds. Town meeting members are using the vVoter platform for voting. They're using the Zoom webinar platform for viewing and for speaking at town meeting. And we're down to no seconds, no points of order. So let's call the vote, and let's scroll through the precincts so that people can see. 107 vote in favor, 11 no, 2 abstain. So we're going to scroll through the precincts, and town meeting members will get to see who voted to close debate. Again, we're starting with precincts 4, 5, and 6, and we're going to continue and go through and then come back to 1, 2, and 3. And we're continuing to show all the votes. This is good practice early on in town meeting on these procedural votes, so that town meeting members can see that their vote is being properly recorded. We're trying to get out all the glitches. We had a few calls, as you heard, points of order in the beginning. Town meeting members were having issues on whether or not their vote was recorded. And we now see a good number of town meeting members are voting each time. We're down to precincts 10, 11, and 12. We're going to be going to 13, 14, and 15. And then we'll come back to precincts 1, 2, and 3. And once we show that, we're going to go to Donald Williams' motion to close debate. He is with precinct 8. And so now we're going to show on the screen another motion to close debate. This will be on, but before we take that, we're not going to go to that yet. We've closed debate on Mr. Parker's motion, so we're now going to vote on Mr. Parker's motion. So this is the motion to divide the procedural consent agenda motion, and Mr. Parker, a yes vote would be to separate Article 20. A no vote would be to keep it in the consent agenda. So we're going to call that up on the screen on the motion to divide the consent agenda. And once that's on the screen, you'll see motion to separate Article 20. So now town meeting members are going to have a chance to vote, and they can begin voting now. And again, a yes vote is to separate Article 20. A no vote is to keep it as part of the consent agenda. The consent agenda was the effort at this town meeting to pare down the number of motions coming before town meeting. You'll see that as we now cannot do voice votes at town meeting, we are going to be doing every vote at town meeting by roll call. And it does take town meeting members a little bit longer now to do the roll call votes and then to scroll through to see how the votes go through. So that would be something for town meeting members to keep in mind as we continue through the sessions of town meeting, since we have a number of motions to divide at future articles. 5 seconds, we're counting down on this motion to separate Article 20. The voting is concluded, and 71 voted in favor, 47 in opposition, 1 abstention. The motion carries. Therefore, as we go through tonight with the annual town meeting, when we come to Article 20, we will treat that separately. We're now going to go through the precincts 4, 5, and 6, and you'll continue to hear them. After we go through the precincts, I have another motion to close debate. That'll be a motion to close debate on Peter Neville's motion to amend. His motion to amend was to add into the consent agenda the Article 16 motions on 16A, B, C, E, F, and G. So again, A, B, C, E, F, G. 6 motions he's proposing be added to the consent agenda. And you'll see we're scrolling through, and now we're down to precincts 1, 2, and 3, and we've shown town meeting that the motion to separate or divide has passed. We're now going to go as to whether to close debate on the motion to amend. We're going to show a motion to close debate on the screen, and once we show that, we're then going to take a vote.
Mr. Moderator, I'll need just one moment to create a new.
And we're told by OTI Technologies that we're just taking a moment to create, to close debate. And once they create that, then we're going to continue with it. We're going to continue this town meeting until 8 o'clock or thereabouts, as required in our town charter. We recess within 2 hours. We'll be rebroadcasting the opening ceremonies from this evening. For those of you that missed it, they were quite well done this year, and they came to us remotely and virtually, and we want to thank everybody who participated in that, the opening ceremonies. Plymouth Town Meeting is currently in its first session, and we're waiting on the screen to see. They can now see the closing of debate, and this is on the motion to amend by Mr. Neville. Town meeting members can now vote on whether to close debate on Mr. Neville's motion to amend. Town meeting members can take a minute in which to vote. This is Donald Williams' motion to close debate, and we're going to be taking the vote. We're down to 41 seconds. Town meeting members, again, are participating remotely. They're using 2 platforms, a Zoom webinar platform, which allows them to watch town meeting and also enables them to speak at town meeting. And they're participating with the V-Voter platform from OTI Technology, which enables them to make motions, a point of order, and to be able to vote and also indicate if they are present. So town meeting members are utilizing these 2 platforms in order to participate remotely at town meeting. And as we go down, and we've closed debate, and now we're going to see the total and the results we're showing here on the screen. And we have 116 voting in favor, 4 no, 0 abstentions. We're now closing debate on Mr. Neville's motion to amend. After we go through the precincts, we'll be taking a vote on whether to add those items to the consent agenda. 4, 5, and 6 shown on your screen. And we're going to continue 7, 8, and 9. And these are showing the vote of 116, 4, and 0 abstentions. And town meeting members 10, 11, and 12 are showing their votes. You're seeing a number of town meeting members. It looks like we had 120 town meeting members voting and having no problem voting. So that's a good sign as we're getting through our procedural votes. Thank you again to the 120 town meeting members who voted. And now we're going to go and vote on Mr. Neville's motion to amend. Again, a yes vote will add the motions under Article 16 to the consent agenda. A no vote will treat them separately. We're going to wait for this to come up on the screen. This is the motion to amend, and you'll see here it's listed. And at this time, we're going to start the voting now. And you have 1 minute in which to vote as to whether or not to amend the annual town meeting consent agenda by adding the Article 16 motions. And town meeting members have a minute in which to vote. And following the vote, we'll take a total. And I am going to take a point of order immediately afterwards. We're going to be going to Richard Barbieri, Precinct 3. He has a point of order. And so we'll be going to that before I call the vote on this. Now we're going to hear from a point of order from Mr. Barbieri. And we'll hear from Mr. Barbieri while people are voting. Mr. Barbieri, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Moderator, can you hear me okay?
We can, yes, go ahead.
On the last vote, I never got the voting screen to come up. I would have voted no.
You would have voted no on a closing debate. Thank you.
Right, the screen never came up.
Okay. All right, thank you,
All right,
Mr.
thank you.
Barbieri. We'll add that. And we've now completed the voting. And on Mr. Neville's motion to amend, 83 yes, 38 no, 0 abstentions. The motion carries. And now we've added these items to the consent agenda. We're scrolling through the precincts. And as we do that, I want to remind town meeting members that after we complete the debate, we are going to vote on a consent agenda that includes Articles 2, 3, 4, 6, 12, 13, 14, 16, A, B, C, E, F, G, 17, but not 20. So that'll be what the vote would be on when you take the vote. I'm seeing here that I have one town meeting member requesting to speak. So as we go through the precincts, we're going to get ready to give speaking privileges to Amy Little Hine. And she's with Precinct 14. And as we get through all the precincts, let's call now on Amy. Amy, are you with us? And do you still want to speak on this main motion as amended?
Hi, Steve. I do not want to speak on the motion. I apologize for not canceling my request.
Thank you. Yes, so a reminder to town meeting members, you can cancel your request. And if we can have OTI also remove Mr. Williams, his motion was previously heard, and also Mr. Barbieri's point of order. So the screen is clear. And with that, unless I see someone else coming up on the screen, we're going to go ahead and take a vote. So we're now voting on Mr. Canty's motion for a consent agenda. Again, a yes vote will be to consent to Articles 2, 3, 4, 6, 12, 13, 14, 16, A, B, C, E, F, G, and 17. So we're going to call that up on the screen. You're going to have a chance to vote. Town meeting members are going to vote on this. This will be for quite a few articles in the annual town meeting. And this was the effort to try to pare down the warrant for this town meeting. And you'll now see that town meeting members can start to vote now. And up on the screen, you'll see the pre-printed consent agenda does not show Article 16, but added to that is 16A, B, C, E, F, G. And that is as a result of your vote to approve the motion to amend. And we're voting on this, and town meeting members have had quite a few votes, and we're down to 30 seconds. And after we take this vote, we will then be moving on to another vote, procedural vote, to determine whether to have an adjourned session on Thursday evening, August 13th at 6 p.m. So currently town meeting members are voting. We're down to 10 seconds, and then we'll scroll through the precincts on this consent agenda. 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, 1 is completed. We're now going to show the vote, and we'll scroll through the precincts. 110 voting in favor, 12 voting no, 0 abstentions. It includes the Article 16, and it passes. We're now going to go through. You're seeing precincts 4, 5, and 6. We're going to scroll through, and then we're going to be coming to, we have 2 points of order. I'm going to take these as we're going through the precincts. We're going to begin with Richard Barbieri, Precinct 3, followed by Everett Malaguti, Precinct 1. Mr. Barbieri.
Yes, Steve. But the screen never came up again to vote, and I would have voted no.
Okay, Mr. Barbieri will be a no on this. And let's come to Everett Malaguti, Precinct 1. Everett Malaguti. Good evening, Everett.
Hi, Everett Malaguti, Precinct 1.
Yes.
I'm called a point of order because even though you talked about Article 16 that was amended, the pre-printed one still said Article 20, and I just wanted to make sure that that one was eliminated from the speak, and that's
yes,
why I wasn't able
it is.
to get my...
What I announced controls, this was pre-printed from OTI prior to the start of the meeting, so 20 was removed based on the votes, and 16 A, B, C, E, F, G were added. Thank you, Mr. Malaguti, for your point of order. At this time, we're going to continue with the procedural motions. The next is a motion for adjourned sessions. We're going to call that up now, and we're going to be voting on an adjourned session for Thursday evening at 6 o'clock. Normally at town meeting, this would be a voice vote. It's usually held with not much debate, but this evening we're not having any voice votes, so we'll be practicing our voting as we get into the substantive motion. So if we'll call that up on the motion for the adjourned session, here it is, and town meeting members can start to vote now. You're voting on whether or not to have an adjourned session on Thursday if needed, and we'll begin at 6 o'clock. We are currently an hour and 25 minutes into our first session of the annual town meeting, and at this time we're continuing with the votes, and following this we're going to go back before town meeting continues. We have 26 seconds, 25 seconds. Following this, we'll be, if there's no objection, we'll be recessing the annual and going to the special. So town meeting members, I do see another point of order. I'm going to go to Karen Edwards. She is in Precinct 1. So if we can invite Karen Edwards to join us. Meanwhile, the voting has concluded. Precinct 1, Karen Edwards, welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I'm not sure if it's a point of order or not, but as Everett Malaguti pointed out, I voted because on the screen it included motion 20. So I voted no, I believe, but if it is definitely not included and 20 is separate as voted, I would like to change my vote to yes.
Okay, so usually after we've completed and called the vote, we won't do that. In this case, we will. It is understood, and we'll endeavor in the future to make sure that when there's a motion to amend, that the support staff here corrects the pre-printed form. Meanwhile, on the adjourned session, 110 voting in favor, 11 no, 1 abstention. So thank you, Ms. Edwards, for your point of order, and we'll correct the record to reflect that. So as we scroll through the precincts, we're going to continue, and we're going to continue with the town meeting, and you'll see we have precincts 1, 2, and 3. Are there any other matters to come before the annual town meeting at this time? I'd like to remind you that you do have a cheat sheet, And you also have materials. You have the report and recommendations for the Advisory and Finance Committee, the special town meeting, also the 2021 budget book. You have the fiscal general operating proposed budget. We have the supplement to the report and recommendations of the Advisory and Finance Committee and the report and recommendations of the Finance Committee as to the annual town meeting. Lots of materials for town meetings. And again, Michael Hanlon has a point of order. So before we leave the annual, Michael Hanlon is in precinct 15, and you'll see that what's happening is as we recognize them, they come over and they have an opportunity to speak. Michael Hanlon, welcome. Good evening.
Mr. Moderator, Michael Hanlon, Precinct 15. A question about the vote we just took. The original motion was for a meeting on August 11th. Maybe I missed something, but the motion was for August 13th, Thursday. Are we not having a meeting tomorrow night?
That's correct. Well, the next meeting is Thursday, August 13th.
All right, thank you for clarifying that.
Thank you very much. Okay. At this time, we're going to continue. If there's no objection, Mr. Canty moves that the Plymouth Annual Summer Town Meeting be recessed until the Plymouth Special Town Meeting is dissolved. Having received no objection, this Plymouth Annual Town Meeting is recessed at 7:26 p.m. The return of the warrant of the special town meeting shows that it's properly been served. If there are no objections, we'll waive the reading of the constable's return of service of the warrant of the annual town meeting. And further, if there are no objections, we'll waive the reading of the warrant. We now have special annual town meeting procedural motions, and we're going to go to those. And the first motion, Mr. Canty moves that in all sessions of this special town meeting, they be commenced and conducted remotely by means of the Zoom webinar and OTI virtual voting platforms. It's a majority vote. Mr. Canty, do you have anything else to add from what you added in the previous motion? Good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Mr. Moderator, I will not belabor my earlier point on the merits and virtues of a virtual town meeting with another speech, but I would ask that individuals please vote in favor of conducting the special town meeting virtually so we can get this necessary work done in a manner that is safe for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any requests to speak, so we're going to go right to the vote. We're going to call it up on the screen. This is a vote as to whether or not to have a special town meeting done by remote participation. And when it comes up on the screen, town meeting members, there you go. You can start voting now. And town meeting members have been engaged in about an hour and a half of procedural voting. Once we complete the procedural voting, we will then get on to the substantive voting in the articles. We're currently voting on whether or not to participate remotely in the special town meeting. Town meeting members have an opportunity now to vote, and we've had lots of chances. We're going to see if everybody gets a chance to vote without calling in a point of order. We're down to 25 seconds, and we're going to scroll through the precincts. We'll show what the numbers are. We already voted to move forward with the annual town meeting by virtual remote participation. We're now voting whether or not to do that in the special as well. We're down to 7 seconds. Town meeting members are voting, and we'll get to see their votes by precinct. And the voting is ended. We'll now show what the vote is for the motion. 101 in favor, 15 in opposition, 6 abstentions. The motion carries. I'll note now that we have 122 town meeting members voting at town meeting, which is a very high number at this town meeting. And we're scrolling through the precincts, 4, 5, and 6. You'll see how your town meeting member voted. It's being shown here. And again, we're also giving town meeting members the opportunity to check to see that their vote came through, that it's recorded. If it's not, please let us know with a point of order, or call us if the point of order doesn't come through. We're going to continue with the consent agenda motion under the special town meeting. And we have a number of motions, and you may not have the motions to amend, but I will give them to you. But we're going to begin after we see precincts 1, 2, and 3. We're going to begin with the motion to have a consent agenda. So Mr. Canty moves that the following articles of the special town meeting be considered under consent agenda. Articles 12, 13, and 14. Kevin Canty is the chair of the Advisory and Finance Committee. Mr. Canty, on your motion.
Like the prior consent agenda for the annual town meeting, the following articles have been grouped together because they were viewed as being non-controversial, largely housekeeping matters where little, if any, debate or discussion was expected. The articles contained in this consent agenda include Article 12, which will rescind unused borrowing authority on previously completed projects. Article 13, which seeks to strike the sunset clause language from the town's Environmental Affairs Fund. And Article 14, which permits acceptance of the layout of Carver Road and a permanent easement being granted to the town. The Advisory and Finance Committee recommended town meeting approve each of these articles in unanimous votes.
Canty, chair of the Advisory and Finance Committee. At this time, we have two motions. The first motion is from Peter Neville. He is in Precinct 10. Mr. Neville moves the consent agenda be amended, and he wants to expand to include the motions under Article 9, 9A, 9B, and 9D. Mr. Neville, on your motion to amend, do you care to be heard? He's in Precinct 10. Peter Neville, good evening again. This is a motion to amend. It's a majority vote. We'll be taking this up after debate ends.
He needs to unmute.
Peter Neville, if you could unmute yourself, and we'll continue on the motion.
Okay, here we go. Thank you very much, Steve.
Go ahead. Yes.
Peter Neville from Precinct 10. I'm just going to reiterate what I said earlier. I have a great deal of confidence in the leadership at the Community Preservation Committee and their allocation of funds, I believe, is impeccable. And their choice of projects to fund, I believe, meets the goals of the Community Preservation Fund. And I just think it would be expedient, given this town meeting format, to include a vote of confidence for Mr. Keogh and this committee.
Thank you. And I'm going to put on the floor Mr. Malaguti's motion, and then we'll begin with Mr. Neville's motion. Mr. Malaguti, Everett Malaguti, Precinct 1, moves to divide the consent agenda to separate Article 13 as a separate article. Everett Malaguti, Precinct 1, on your motion, and then we'll have some points of order. Mr. Malaguti. Precinct 1, Everett Malaguti. He's in.
Yes.
Good evening.
Hi, Everett Malaguti, Precinct 1. My rationale for dividing the consent agenda to remove Article 13 as a separate article is that this act was created by town meeting and should be vetted by town meeting on if they should extend the expiration date or eliminate it forthwith, because this technology is changing and rules around its governance and taxation is changing. And I believe that the language within it should be vetted more properly. Thank you.
Thank you, Everett Malaguti. We're going to go to some points of order. The first one is Precinct 3, Donna Curtin, followed by Precinct 5, Belinda Brewster, followed by, those are the 2 points of order. So Donna, welcome, Donna.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Donna Curtin, Precinct 3. I just wanted a clarification on Mr. Neville's motion to amend. It includes motion 9A, 9B, and 9D, but I believe that 9B was no motion, no action, and the actual articles were 9A, 9C, and 9D. Could we clarify
Yes.
the motions included?
Yes, I'm seeing in my book here that there's a 9A from Mr. Canty, a 9B, a 9C from Mr. Coehn, and I'm seeing also Mr. Canty a 9D. So I am seeing 4 motions, 3 from the Advisory and Finance Committee and 1 from Mr. Coehn. I believe that Mr. Neville has only moved A, B, and D, which are the articles or the motions that were moved by the Finance Committee.
Mr. Moderator?
Yes, Mr. Canty.
9, Mrs. Curtin is correct, and 9B is a request of no motion, no action.
All right.
On the request of the petitioner.
Let me look at that. No motion, no action. Okay, I will note that. All right, and we'll go back to Mr. Neville. Mr. Neville, do you care to change your motion to amend to include 9C and 9D and 9A? If we can go to Precinct 10. Peter Neville, go ahead, Peter.
Peter Neville at Precinct 10.
And what would be your pleasure on the special town meeting? Since we have no motion, no action on B, do you want just 9A and 9D, or do you also intend to include 9C? Peter Neville.
He's gone.
I think we've lost you. So unless we hear from him.
Wait, yeah, he's come back.
Okay. Mr. Neville?
I'm trying to get,
Go ahead.
Steve, I'm trying to get through. My intention in this motion was 9A, 9C, and 9D.
Okay, very good.
So I
All
either
right.
had a typo. I mean, I can see there's no motion on 9B.
Okay, 9C, and it's a typo. Okay, so thank you, Donna Curtin. That clarifies that. And we're now going to go to Belinda Brewster, Precinct 5. Belinda.
I withdraw my point of order as Mrs. Curtin covered it all.
Terrific. Okay, we're now going to go to, actually, we have no one else. Oh, Brendan Brady on a point of order, Precinct 10. Brendan? Good evening and welcome. Plymouth Town Meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Brendan Brady, Precinct 10. I just want to clarify, if we include 9B in Mr. Neville's motion, that would negate the motion to amend by Everett Malaguti for 9B. Is that correct?
No, you're confused.
For 9C, excuse me.
Yeah. So Everett Malaguti's motion to divide is Article 13. That's separate from these.
But Mr. Moderator, in the motion book delivered this evening, Everett Malaguti has a motion to amend Article 9C.
Yeah. The answer is yes, Mr. Brady. It would be negated.
Okay.
It would be negated.
Okay. So at this time, unless there's further discussion, we're going to go with Mr. Neville's motion to amend the consent agenda to add in 9A, 9C, and 9D. Before we go to that, I've got a point of order from Everett Malaguti, Precinct 1. Mr. Malaguti.
Yes, Everett Malaguti, Precinct 1. So if we include Article 9C, then how would we do that since 9C is actually being brought up by a person to include onto the agenda? It doesn't exist at the moment. It will be when Mr. Coehn actually moves it on there.
Actually, it's been moved, and so we can add it to the consent agenda. Town meeting has the ability to do that because we do have a main motion, and it's before us now. 9A, 9C, and 9D. Any other questions before we move forward? If not, we have no other speakers. I'm going to go to vote on the motion to amend offered by, Mr. Coehn has a point of order. Precinct 3, William Coehn has a point of order, a question. Go ahead, Mr. Coehn, on your point of order. We're currently on the consent agenda motion to amend in the special town meeting.
Mr. Moderator, this is Bill Coehn.
Go ahead.
Can I make a motion to include Article 9C?
We have. Mr. Coehn, you might have missed it, but that is the motion currently. The motion that Mr. Neville is bringing had a typo, and so it is in fact 9A, 9C, and 9D.
Okay, good. All right,
Okay.
thank you very much for the clarification.
Okay, and so we're going to call this up on the screen, and we're going to take a vote, and this will be whether or not to approve and add 9A, C, and D to the consent agenda, and we're going to start voting now. Town meeting members are taking another vote on a procedural motion, and we're going to continue with these procedural motions at Plymouth's special town meeting. We're now in the first session of the special town meeting, and town meeting members are voting. After we complete this particular motion, we'll go to Everett Malaguti's motion to divide. Article 13 is a separate article. This is coming to you live this evening on August 10th. We began at 6 o'clock. We're closing in on the end of our second hour, and town meeting has been very busy with procedural motions in both the annual and the special town meeting. We're down to 8 seconds as town meeting members are voting on this motion to amend. We've completed the voting. We'll now show the vote on whether to amend. 98 in favor, 23 no, 2 abstentions. The motion carries. The consent agenda has been expanded to include 9A, 9C, 9D. We are now going to Mr. Malaguti's motion to divide and remove from the consent agenda Article 13. We're scrolling through the precincts first. You're seeing precincts 4, 5, and 6, and we'll continue through all the precincts. And after we complete Mr. Malaguti's motion, we'll then go on the main motion for the consent agenda as amended. And this is coming to you again, 98 voting in favor, 23 no, 2 abstentions. It does carry. You'll also see how many town meeting members we have participating currently at town meeting. And we've now completed this. We're now going to go on to Everett Malaguti's motion. So we're going to call that up, and it is a procedural motion to divide the consent agenda special town meeting motion to remove Article 13. And this is coming to you from PAC TV Studio, also from Town Hall. You'll see it, there it is on the screen, and you can now begin voting now. And a yes vote will separate 13, a no vote will keep it included. And following this, we will take people who want to speak on the main motion as amended, but currently we're voting on Everett Malaguti's motion to divide the consent agenda to separate Article 13. A yes will do that, a no will not. And we're continuing 30 seconds. Town meeting members are voting. And then we'll continue with the main motion, the main procedural motion before town meeting as amended. And again, this is coming to you on August 10th. It is the first session of both the annual and the special town meeting. We're currently in the special town meeting. We're counting down 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. We'll show the vote, and we're going to show what the vote was on this. 48 in favor, 71 abstention, 71 no, 3 abstentions. The motion does not carry, and 13 is still contained in the consent agenda. So it has been amended to add 9A, C, and D. And before we go ahead and vote, we have people requesting to speak. We're first going to go to Precinct 10, actually Precinct 15 first, Kevin Joyce, followed by Precinct 10, Stacey Delacruz. Mr. Joyce, while we're scrolling through the precincts, did you want to speak on the motion on the consent agenda. Mr. Joyce.
Hello. Thank you, Steve. I actually reversed my request to speak as that motion was denied.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Stacey Delacruz, Precinct 10. Did you care to be heard? Precinct 10, Stacey Delacruz. You'll see the vote here on the screen. And Stacey,
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so I'm sorry, I was confused. On the Article 9C, there's a motion to amend by Everett Malaguti to display the maps in the 1749 courthouse. So are we not going to vote on that?
We're not, no. The main motion was approved as part of the consent agenda.
Okay, so can I change my vote then? I think
No,
I went back and forth. I said no, yes, no, but I want it to be yes.
Yeah, no, we're not going to be doing that. I'm sorry. In the beginning, we were trying to cover the vote wasn't close. I would just say that the vote was to include motion 9A, 9C, and 9D. I would remind town meeting members that you do have the opportunity to move to reconsider if you voted on the prevailing side of a motion. So I'll just remind people that that's possible to do. But at this time, we're going to go to the main motion as amended, since I'm not seeing any other speakers. So this is the motion for the consent agenda. It's concluding in the special town meeting, Articles 12, 13, 14, 9A, 9C, and 9D. And at this time, we're going to take a vote once it comes up on the screen. And there it is. And you'll see here that they've added 9A, C, and D along with 12, 13, 14. And you can start voting now. Town meeting members are going to take a minute. They're going to vote on this consent agenda. And then what we're going to do is we're going to move on to our next procedural motion. It is a motion from Alan Costello. And Mr. Costello, as we go through the voting, we're seeing here that we have 35 seconds in which to vote, and we're voting on this, and then we're going to go to another procedural motion from Mr. Costello. And town meeting members have been spending the first 2 hours doing procedural motions, but in fact, a number of these procedural motions have in fact had substantive effect because both the earlier annual town meeting consent agenda article and this motion dispose of quite a few articles depending on the outcome of this motion. So we've completed. We're now going to show, and 102 have voted in favor, 19 no, 1 abstention. So the motion carries. We're going to scroll through the precincts, but town meeting has continued and in effect disposed of quite a few articles in both the annual and the special town meeting by doing the consent agenda format, which was established for this virtual town meeting. As we go through the precincts, you'll get to see how people voted for the special town meeting consent agenda. And while we do that, we're going to call up Precinct 10, Alan Costello, and he moves that Article 4A2 be taken up after Article 8 in the special town meeting. Now, this is a motion to change the order of the articles. It requires a 2/3 vote of town meeting. It is debatable, and so we'll begin the debate. We're going to see precincts 1, 2, and 3, and we're going to begin the debate with Mr. Costello. Mr. Costello, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'd like to say hello to the town meeting members. I'd like to ask that you consider discussing and voting on changing the order of articles tonight. I'd like to move Article 4A2 to follow Article 8, the article that pertains to the new fire station on Long Pond Road. I feel that the communication tower project, although not a good project for the taxpayer, is tied somewhat to the new fire station. And I think it's premature to vote on the communications tower at this time until we know the outcome of motion 8 or Article 8. The fire department, through a end of year transfer, has replaced the existing tower at the existing fire headquarters. So there's no longer any sense of urgency. The tower is safe. And I think this article deserves some discussion and to be vetted out a little bit better. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Further discussion on the motion to change the order of the articles. I'm not seeing any requests. So we're going to call up on the screen the motion to change the order of the articles. And once we see it, we're going to be voting. And you'll see it A42, 4A2 to follow A8. And we're now going to ask town meeting members to vote now. So you have 1 minute in which to vote. Town meeting members have been voting. They've had a number of roll call votes this evening in both the special and the annual town meeting. This is the last procedural vote before we begin with Article 1 in the special town meeting. And this is a 2/3 vote of town meeting in order to change the order of articles. And we will continue this evening. This will be continuing on PAC TV Live. You can also watch it streaming on pactv.org/live. You can watch it on Verizon and Comcast. And we're continuing this evening until we adjourn. We'll be taking a recess shortly. And following the recess, we'll continue. We have a vote, and the vote is 96 in favor, 26 abstaining, 26 no, 0 abstaining. It's a 2/3 vote, and the motion carries. So we will be changing the order, and that will be coming after 8. And you'll see precincts 1, 2, and 3. Again, 96 yes, 26 no, 0 abstentions. And I would also note, it looks like we have 122 town meeting members consistently voting. And I did have a request, but we've already started the vote. So I apologize for the person on the screen. I believe you came up after, but it was Precinct 4, Claire Montanari. So your request to speak did register, Ms. Montanari, but it's after the vote, and we've completed the vote on whether to change the order. So at this time, we're going through, and it is now, at this time, we've gone through all the precincts. And so at this time, given the hour, it is 7:53. We're going to take a short recess, and we're going to resume no later than 8 p.m. This town meeting stands in recess at 7:53 p.m. Thank you. And please stay tuned. For those of you that missed the opening ceremonies, we're going to be showing them now once again. And we hope you'll stay with us as Plymouth Town Meeting continues this evening. And it's coming to you live from PAC TV Studios, Plymouth North High School, and the Great Hall in Town Hall.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Eternal source of our lives, we offer our thanksgiving for the gifts of freedom and self-governance. We are grateful for the ideals of those who settled in this place 400 years ago. We recognize with gratitude the values expressed in the Mayflower Compact, drawn up and signed at Provincetown Harbor in 1620. We are thankful to that compact included all parties involved, not just the Pilgrims. For the democratic ideals which were expressed in the compact regarding the right of self-rule, we are also thankful. We are indebted to the native peoples in this area, without whom the Pilgrim experiment would likely not have survived. May the principles of justice and equality ever be present in the deliberations and decisions of Plymouth Town Meeting as we face the challenges of 2020 with our finest efforts to preserve our 400-year legacy of democratic self-rule. May we now and hereafter cling tenaciously to the gifts of freedom anchored in the will of the people. Amen.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now am found, was blind, but now I see. 'Twas grace hath brought my heart to fear, and grace my fears relieved. How precious did that grace appear the hour I first believed.
The following is the 2019 memoriam. Ennis Almeida, school custodian. Jeffrey N. Aylward, firefighter. Mary Beatty, school nurse. Jocelyn Balargian, school teacher. Kenneth Bukes, planning board chair. William Burke, assessor, airport commissioner. Jeremias P. Cabral, water department. David H. Cashin, DPW, maintenance. Paul Coffin, school teacher. Louis E. Camo, police officer. Joseph Carrera, police officer. Marion Crocker, school teacher. Muriel Denal, school teacher. Patricia Dye, school teacher. Michael Ferrazzi, police sergeant. Arthur S. Fontes, firefighter. Lisa J. Fornashari, secretary, town clerk's office. Ruth Griswold, school teacher. Francis P. Hendry, school custodian. Harold Mansfield, school painter. Richard J. Morini, plumbing inspector. Virginia Patarelli, voting warden. Alan M. Santos, water department. Robert Francis Silva, police officer. Francis Vincent Silva, DPW, maintenance. Shirley Small, school secretary. David A. Strassel, firefighter. Ann B. Stewart, school secretary.
Oh, we've been there 10,000 years, bright shining as the sun. We've known days to sing God's praise than when we'd first begun.
Eternal One, it is with gratitude that we remember those of our number who have passed this mortal life. We are appreciative of their service to the principles of self-rule. May those who from their labors rest be at eternal peace. Amen.
Welcome back to this special town meeting, coming to you live from PAC TV studio. And we're here at Fort Collins Ave. We also have 7 town meeting members at Plymouth North High School. I want to thank those who participated in the opening ceremony. Thank you to our Plymouth Police Honor Guard led by Ryan Croak. We express our appreciation to David Tyler for his musical contributions. And in addition, we're working on the microphone. This is live TV. Town meeting members aren't the only ones with the glitches. Special thanks to my dear friend, Reverend Gary Marks, for his return to Plymouth Town Meeting in 2020 as we observe our 400th anniversary. And you may not know, but Reverend Marks has been bravely undergoing medical challenges, and we thank him for offering the invocation and words of remembrance. In addition, wish to recognize PAC TV, which is cablecasting this town meeting live on Comcast 15 and Verizon Channel 47. On PAC TV's streaming channel, pactv.org/live. We'd like to thank Julie Thompson, Mark McKinley, Brooke Hoffman, and the entire staff. Also like to thank Assistant Moderator Nicole Manfredi and her team of professionals for their behind-the-scene organization of this virtual town meeting. And finally, this evening, Plymouth North High School has been provided by the Plymouth School District for our use as a remote location for town meeting in-person technical support. We thank Dr. Maestas and the Plymouth Public Schools, the Plymouth School Committee, for their generous contribution to this virtual town meeting. And now, continuing on in the special town meeting warrant, we're going to begin with Article 1A. Article 1A, Mr. Canty moves the town vote to amend OPEIU collective bargaining agreement. And we're going to have Mr. Canty speak to this. It's a majority vote. We welcome back Kevin Canty. He is chair of the Advisory and Finance Committee. Mr. Canty, on your motion.
In a vote of 7-0 with 3 abstentions, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve Article 1A. Approval of this article would adopt the negotiated memorandum of agreement for this employee bargaining unit.
And the select board is in support. And we're now going to go to town meeting members, beginning with Paul Cunningham, Precinct 8, followed by Precinct 2, Richard Serkey. Mr. Cunningham, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The employees of Plymouth have been treated very well during this pandemic. They were fully paid for 14 to 15 weeks when in some departments no work could be done remotely and others that required just some volunteers from time to time for certain projects. Those that volunteered worked partial, almost a full week at times, while their counterpart enjoyed 14 weeks of full pay for no work. And those employees are very much appreciated. Now, during an unprecedented viral pandemic not seen in 100 years, with few of any towns rewarding people with raises, we talk about paying a 3-year pay raise and going retroactively back to 2017 in some cases. The police went to arbitration to receive a reward by the state arbitration board. It doesn't mean the town needs to give it to all the other unions because it came from the state. The board also judged the town capable of paying this before the pandemic hit. All the criteria they used on our ability to pay has changed drastically. These 5 requests that we're going to do in the motion here, in 5 motions, are multi-million-dollar expenditures in this special election, and I think we should deny them at this time and see where we are in the fall meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul Cunningham is in Precinct 8. We'll now go to Richard Cirque, Precinct 2, followed by Precinct 15, Lori Hutchinson. Mr. Cirque, good evening. And welcome. Richard Cirque, Precinct 2. If you could unmute yourself, Mr. Cirque. You have speaking privileges at Plymouth Special Town Meeting. This is Article 1A, and we are debating that. And you're welcome to speak at this time. If Mr. Cirque doesn't join us, we'll continue and come back to him. You need to unmute yourself, Richard Cirque. We've unmuted you. You need to turn off your mute button. So if we don't hear from Mr. Cirque soon,
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Good evening.
Good. Thank you.
Welcome.
As Mr. Cunningham indicated, motions 1A through 1E comprise 3 agreements between the town and municipal unions and 2 arbitration awards decided in cases in which the town and municipal unions were unable to reach agreement. For as long as I've been a town meeting member, town meeting has routinely funded such agreements and awards. However, I believe town meeting should vote not to fund them this year because of the extraordinary financial constraints we all find ourselves under as a result of the coronavirus pandemic. These agreements and awards were negotiated and issued well prior to the full effect of the pandemic becoming known to all of us. These agreements and awards are prospective as well as retroactive. Of particular concern to me are the 2 cases in which the unions, to their discredit, in my opinion, forced the town to go to arbitration. I am referring to the Police Superior Officers Association case in Motion 1B and the Police Brotherhood case in Motion 1D. I am sure that Town Manager Arrighi and Town Finance Director Barrett did all they could in each of these cases to achieve the best possible result for the town. I think we would be strengthening their hands in future negotiations if the unions saw that town meeting will no longer rubber stamp the funding of such agreements and awards in the future. For these reasons, like Mr. Cunningham, I will be casting a no vote on motions 1A through 1E. Thank you.
That was Richard Cirque. He's in Precinct 2. We're now going to go to Lori Hutchinson. She's in Precinct 15. She'll be followed by Precinct 8, Jerry Williams. Welcome, Lori Hutchinson.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Can you hear me?
We can. Good evening.
Great. This is Lori Hutchison, Precinct 15, and I'd like to speak in support of Special Town Meeting Article 1A. I learned after speaking with the town manager that there were, in fact, other town employees whose bargaining units agreements were finalized last year that included back pay and a 2% COLA increase going forward for fiscal year 21, and those went into effect on July 1st. I believe that it would be unfair to single out and keep one group of middle managers from getting their negotiated 2 years back pay and small FY21 increase equivalent to the others that already went into effect in July. And I don't feel it's right to penalize these workers while others are already receiving raises just because of the timing of their negotiated agreement. And it appears that we do have the funds appropriated. And I ask my fellow town meeting members to please support Article 1A.
Thank you. And before we go to Mr. Williams, I do have a motion to close debate. Precinct 10, Brian Fitzgerald moves to close debate. This is to now end any further discussion on the motion, which is the motion 1A. We will show the number of people who still want to speak on the motion. I'm seeing 3 people on the screen. In addition, I have 2 people on a speakers list. In addition to Jerry Williams, Michael Hanlon requested in advance. So at this time, we're not going to have any more discussion or debate. We're going to call up on the vote a motion to close debate. It is not debatable. It is a 2/3 vote. Town meeting members will have the chance now to vote. A yes vote will mean we'll move right to voting on 1A. A no vote mean we continue to debate and discuss 1A. We're waiting for this to come up on the screen, and once it does, we will begin voting on this. Town meeting members will have a minute. It's up to close debate. Start voting now. Town meeting members have had some practice on this already this evening. We've had a number of motions to close debate. And you'll see here that town meeting members are going to vote. We're now beginning the second 2-hour portion of our town meeting. And we're continuing with this, and after this, we will determine whether debate is closed. We're continuing on. We're down to 24 seconds. Town meeting will continue in the warrant after we conclude on 1A, and we're down to 13 seconds. Town meeting members have been voting. There have been 122 town meeting members, which is a large number for a town meeting. And we're pleased at the participation. And that completes the voting. We're going to show the vote on the screen. 58 say yes, 67 no, 0 abstentions. The motion does not carry. We're going to continue. We're going to scroll through, but while we are, we're going to go to Precinct 8, Jerry Williams, and then we're going to continue with people who haven't spoken. So the next one will be Geraldine Williams. She's up here on Precinct 8, followed by Daniel Gorsica, Precinct 13. Jerry,
Can
good
you hear
evening.
me?
Yes, go ahead.
I would like to also state that I feel that we should not approve this and all these negotiated raises because the town is in a very different position from when they were originally negotiated. There are so many people in town right now who are having trouble paying their rent, buying their foods, getting the medicines they need, never mind another big increase on their taxes. I do not think that it is responsible for us to give another raise. As much as these people may have earned this raise, they should have to tighten their belts a little bit like the rest of us. And so I'm voting no on this, and I urge my other town members to vote no. I think that we might be able to negotiate a little better contract for the town if people in these unions know that town members are not immediately going to ratify everything. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. And that was Geraldine Williams. We're now going to move to Daniel Gorsica, Precinct 13, followed by Amy Little-Hine, Precinct 14. Mr. Gorsica, welcome and good evening.
Good evening. Thank you. Dan Gorsica, Precinct 13. I have one question, one comment. My question is for Lynn Barrett and the summary that you provided in the booklet of information back in March. You did make the comment that chances are would have enough money built in for 2020. It says for 2018, 19, and 20 in this year's budget, but you did say it would have a better idea late summer. Now, I know it's not late summer yet, but we are in the middle towards the end of summer in August. And I was just curious if we are in any different of a position of when this was negotiated prior to and now then, as far as the budget stands and if we have the money for it.
Before we go to Lynn Barrett, Mr. Gorsica, did you want to make your comment while you have the floor?
Sure. The comment that I have is I understand everyone's reluctancy to approve this, but I would say back payment from 2018, 19, and 2020. This was payment that, in hindsight, if you think about it, and these deals were negotiated, they would have been getting. So we can't necessarily hold harm to people that weren't getting the money that they maybe should have been deserved back in 2018, 19, and 20, holding them to it now in a different time.
Thank you. Lynn Barrett is the Director of Finance. Welcome, Lynn Barrett, responding to a question from Mr. Gorsica.
Thank you, Moderator. So on page 27, that's the summary that the town meeting member was referring to. And on that page, we summarize each fiscal year and what the estimated cost is for each group bargaining unit and how much it's going to cost. And I am happy to say that we do have enough money that was encumbered from fiscal 20, and included in your budget that you'll be voting this evening is Article 7. There is money in the salary reserve account, and there is money in the police department budget to pay all of the salaries associated with these contracts.
Thank you. And we're going to continue with Amy Little Hine, Precinct 14, followed by Precinct 13, Michael Landers. Amy, good evening.
Good evening. Thank you. So normally I would support an article like this, and after hearing Lynn speak, I probably will support it. But I'm also in agreement that now is not the time to give raises. This is unprecedented times. And however, and I did ask this question during our caucus, it's my understanding that to reject these articles is actually a very costly endeavor to the town. So I'm just wondering if someone can speak to that.
Melissa Arrighi, Plymouth Town Manager, responding to a question from Amy Little Hine. Good evening, Melissa Arrighi.
Hi, thank you very much. I'm not sure exactly what Amy means by costly to the town. I think what it will do is it will push all of us back to the negotiating table. And you have to keep in mind that when we're at that negotiating table, there's a team of management that take their time out to negotiate whatever financial benefits or other changes will be to the collective bargaining agreement. And most often we're represented by attorneys, particularly with some of the groups that you see here. So is that additional expense to think about, both in terms of time and the cost to pay the attorneys. In addition, we could go back to the JLMC process by rejecting this. That wouldn't rule that out. They would still have the right, and so wouldn't we, to petition to the state to go through that process. And that also has a cost to it.
Thank you, Melissa Arrighi, responding to Amy Little Hine. Precinct 13, Michael Landers. Good evening, Mr. Landers. If you can unmute yourself. And welcome to the special town meeting, Article 1A. We're debating the motion. This is coming to you live on Monday, August 10. We're in the second 2-hour portion. And Michael Landers is in Precinct 13, and he is. So we're told he has an older version of Zoom, may take a little longer to connect. And so we're waiting for Mr. Landers. He has speaking privileges. If you can just unmute Mr. Landers.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, good evening, welcome.
Okay, I was trying to figure out why I did not have a microphone or mute button on my computer, so that explains it. A couple of things, Mike Landers, Precinct 13, by the way. A couple of things on this. The contracts were negotiated or attempted to negotiate over the past few years, and obviously they ended up in this situation where they, for one reason or another, they weren't settled in a timely manner by either party, I would say by both parties rather than blame anybody. And so because that's out there, that's why they're now coming forward. It certainly points to the reasoning behind in most union management situations, you have a 12th hour, and in the 11th hour prior to that tolling of the bell at midnight, all of the final contracts are attempted to complete. We've seen time and time again that our contracts are 6 months, 8 months, a year out before completion, and that's not a good practice to be involved in. That being said, we're going to have an opportunity throughout town meeting to address a lot of huge capital expenditures way beyond the cost of paying the workers what they have worked hard to achieve and what they deserve. And I heard some negative comments about the way during the COVID, some workers weren't working, some workers were working shorter hours. You have to remember that all of the workers were working at the bequest of the town, what the town felt was safe. All of the workers were willing to work their 40-hour shifts. They were not doing this in any way to hurt the town. And so And I believe that most of us in the town that work for the town have been able to get back to full-time employment again, and we're very happy about that. But I also don't think that we should be faulted for not having been able to do that. It was not something that we set out to do. So that being said, I'm in support of this. I think that we've got some other large capital expenses where we can cut the budget, and not at the expense of the guys that are out there on the ground doing all the hard work. Thank you.
Thank you. That was Michael Landers. We're going to go to a motion to close debate. It is from Precinct 11. Jeffrey Delap will now show the voter screen to town meeting members to see that there is no queue, but we'll show that to you. So there's no one requesting to speak except Michael Hanlon, Precinct 15, who was on the speakers list prior, but he did not have priority since other people asked to speak and he previously spoke. So if we could show the screen with what would be the queue, and there you see it. So at this time, we're going to take a vote to close debate. We're going to show that up on the screen, and then you're going to have a minute in which to vote. And as soon as you see it, we're going to begin. And currently, there we go. Close debate. You can start voting now. This is to close debate on Article 1A. It is a 2/3 vote as to whether to close debate on Article 1A. We will then either continue with the debate if it does not pass, or if it does pass, we will then vote on Special Town Meeting Article 1A. It is the first part of Article 1 in the Special Town Meeting warrant. Town meeting members will continue with the Special Town Meeting warrant, and upon conclusion of that, we'll then move back to the annual town meeting. We're down to 20 seconds as we vote whether to close debate. We are coming to you live on Monday, August 10, and this is a virtual town meeting with remote participation by 122 town meeting members. We have a total of 135 that are elected. That concludes the vote. We'll now see the results from the vote. 106, closed debate. 19, no, 0 abstentions. We're actually now up to 125 town meeting members. We're going to scroll through. So we see we have all but 10 participating. One we know is in the hospital, and 2 others notified us in advance. This is a high level of participation of town meeting members in the history of Plymouth Town Meeting. So congratulations to all town meeting members for your level of participation in this evening's town meeting. And we're going to continue, and then we're going to take a vote on 1A. We're continuing through the precincts. We've had precincts 1 through 15. So now we're going to go, and you're going to see on your screen that you're going to be voting on Special Town Meeting Article 1A. And that's the motion that the town vote to approve the OPEIU Collective Bargaining Agreement. So it's going to come up on your screen. You'll then have 1 minute to vote. You can start voting now. This is for the first article, the first motion in the first article in the Special Town Meeting warrant. Town meeting members are now beginning to be voting on the substantive articles. After we complete this vote, we will move on to motion 1B. This one is a majority vote. The next one is a majority vote. And we'll be hearing from Mr. Canty, who is the chair of the Advisory and Finance Committee. He is making most of the motions coming before town meeting this evening. And he is representing the Advisory and Finance Committee, which is a committee that provides advice to town meeting in preparation for town meeting. 10 seconds as we complete the vote. We had a number of speakers, and we're now completing the vote on 1A, and the vote is complete. We'll now show the results of the vote, and 93 voting in favor, 28 in opposition, 4 abstentions. the motion carries. And you'll see we're scrolling through the precincts, beginning with 1, 2, and 3, and then we're going to continue on with all the precincts 4, 5, and 6. And once we finish the precincts, we're going to go directly to Mr. Canty, because he's moving that the town vote to accept the Joint Labor Management Committee decision and authorize the arbitration award in the matter of the Plymouth Police Superior Officers Association. And that is located on pages 30 to 56 in the special town meeting report and recommendations of the Advisory and Finance Committee. You've seen the voting, and now we're going to go to Mr. Canty. Good evening again, Kevin Canty.
In a vote of 7-1 with 2 abstentions, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve Article 1B. Approval of this article would comply with the JLMC decision and authorize the award given to this employee bargaining unit in that decision.
Going to Precinct 15, Michael Hanlon, you're still getting your chance to speak. Mr. Hanlon, good evening again.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I want to speak to not only 1B, but C, D, and E as well. I'm going to make the same point that was made earlier, but I want to make it a little differently. This is not about town employees. This should not be about town employees. I can speak for myself, but I think I can speak for a lot of people, town meeting members. When I go to town hall, I am greeted by friendly people, helpful people, professional people who want to do their job. And I respect that. But we also have to think about the taxpayers. Taxpayers are losing their jobs. They can't pay their bills. They can't pay their rent, and they can't pay their taxes. That's why we have the finance director has projected a significant drop in revenue. So this is to me about fairness. Is it fair to give town employees a raise when there are many people in our community who are not doing well in this pandemic? We need to take that into consideration. We need to vote no on these agreements. Thank you.
Thank you. Not seeing any further speakers. We're going to call up 1B on the screen, and we're going to take a vote. And there it is, and we're going to begin the voting now. Town meeting members are voting on 1B in the special town meeting warrant. We've heard some debate on this, and we're now moving forward with the vote. Town meeting members will continue with the special town meeting warrant after we complete this vote, and we'll be moving to motion number 1C, which is a motion for Mr. Canty, town vote to amend the Plymouth Police Superior Officers Association collecting bargaining agreement, and it is in accordance with the special town meeting report and recommendations and the Advisory and Finance Committee. This one found on pages 57 and 64. We have 12 seconds to continue the voting on 1B before we go to Mr. Canty on 1C, and that'll be after we show the vote and scroll through. That completes the voting. We're now going to show the results. They're on the screen. 82 voting in favor, 33 in opposition, 5 abstentions. The motion carries. We'll now scroll through the precincts. You'll see how your town meeting members have voted. We're now up to precincts 4, 5, and 6 as we continue, and we will then come to we'll come to motion 1C, although I do see that we have a request for a procedural motion from Stacey Delacruz in precinct 10. So I will be going to her as we scroll through the precincts. If we can invite her with speaking privileges, precinct 10, Stacey Delacruz, on a procedural motion as we look through the precincts. Good evening, Stacey Delacruz.
Hi, I'm sorry, my screen froze and it didn't let me vote on that last vote.
And what is your vote?
No.
It's a no. Stacey Delacruz, the no. We'll note that, and thank you. Continuing on, motion 1C, Mr. Canty, on behalf of the Finance Committee.
In a unanimous vote with 13 voting in favor, with none in opposition and no abstentions, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve Article 1C. Approval of this article would adopt the negotiated memorandum of agreement for this employee bargaining unit.
Thank you. We're continuing on, and I see no speakers. We're now going to go and vote on motion 1C. When you see it on the screen, we're going to begin the voting, and you can start voting now. Town meeting members are voting on 1C in the special town meeting warrant. And this is coming to you. It is, as you see on the screen, it's Plymouth Special Town Meeting. It is coming to you on August 10th, 2020. We are live at PAC TV studio. Town officials are also at Town Hall in the Great Room, and we have 7 town meeting members participating remotely at Plymouth North High School. All of us together are moving forward with a virtual town meeting with remote participation. Town meeting members earlier voted overwhelmingly to approve a virtual town meeting, and they are making their way through the warrant in the special town meeting, and they'll continue and after return to the annual town meeting. We have 3 seconds in which to vote and complete this. We're now completed the voting. We'll show the total on the screen. We have the results: 92 voting in favor, 31 voting in opposition, 1 abstention. The motion carries. And we're scrolling through the precincts, and when we complete that, we'll be going to Mr. Canty on motion 1D. He moves the town vote to accept the Joint Labor Management Committee decision and authorize the arbitration award in the matter of the Plymouth Police Brotherhood. That is shown on the special town meeting report and recommendations of the Advisory and Finance Committee on pages 65 to 101. We're showing the remainder of the precincts, 10, 11, and 12. We're going to continue with 13, 14, and 15. And now we're going to move on and invite back Kevin Canty, Chair of the Advisory and Finance Committee, on 1D. Mr. Canty.
In a vote of 11 to 2 with no abstentions, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve Article 1D. Approval of this article would comply with the JLMC decision and authorize the award given to this employee bargaining unit in that decision.
Thank you. And we have a number of people who have asked to speak, but first, a point of order from Precinct 3, Gerald Sirico. So we'll go to Gerald Sirico first with his point of order. Mr. Sirico. Mr. Sirico is been given talking privileges, but we're not seeing him right now, so we'll come back to him when we see him, but we're not seeing him right now as being active on the Zoom webinar. We'll come back when he becomes available, but we're now going to go to Catherine Holmes, Precinct 8. Mr. Sirico's
Hi,
also.
Steve. Catherine Holmes, Precinct 8.
Okay.
I want to tell you how lovely you look in your pink suit tonight. We've all been commenting. You looked dapper.
It's summer.
I want to talk directly to the residents of Plymouth on these articles, and I want to make sure that my point is very clear on the way I'm voting tonight. You know, Precinct 8 had a very lengthy caucus that went until about 11 p.m. at night. We debated this article to great lengths because we were extremely just gut-wrenching decision and extremely concerned about not supporting these raises for these hardworking people in our town, but also weighing it against the other extremely hardworking people in our town that are in dire financial crunches. when we look at the unemployment rate in Plymouth, which in March was about 19%, when we look at the folks that were commuting into the city for big paying jobs that lost their jobs, and there were companies laying people off, that pay these big mortgages here in Plymouth, that pay our tax bills, the daycare providers that are making $12 and $13 an hour that lost their jobs for 4 or 5 months and still had to pay their mortgage, for the folks that are bartenders that make $3 an hour and rely on their tips, but when people don't come in, they can't make money. For all of these folks, Precinct 8 really bantered back and forth trying to decide how we were going to vote on this. And all of us were 100% committed to our police officers and our townspeople, the people that are working really hard in our town to serve us. And so for the first time in a very, very long time, I voted against the raises for these first 2 articles. I voted in support for our patrolmen because I don't think they make enough money ever. So I just wanted to say that, this was a really, really hard decision and continues to be a hard decision for the people that are actually casting these ballots, because I don't think that anybody wants to vote against people getting raises for hardworking, the work that they've done. But we are in the most incredibly unprecedented time, and we still, as town meeting members, do not really fully understand what our revenues are going to be and how they're going to impact it. And the last comment that I'll make is that knowing that 315,000 folks are going to be evicted from their apartments, which means that landlords aren't receiving their rent, everybody in our community is really struggling right now. And those were the hard decisions that we were making when we voted in this way. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're going to continue. Alan Costello is in Precinct 10, followed by Precinct 15, Birgitta Kuehn. We're debating motion 1D in the special town meeting. Alan Costello.
Good evening, Mr. Moderator. Alan Costello, Precinct 10. I was wondering if I may be able to ask 2 questions. I'd like to ask the Finance Director, Ms. Barrett, if she could remind us what the dollar value on Article 1D would be if it were to pass. And then, once I hear that, if she'd be able to cumulatively tell us the dollar value of all 5 articles, if she has that in front of her. And then my third question would be to the town manager, Ms. Origi, to ask her if we have the ability as a town to use the JLMC as a tool so that we could pass on these contract decisions with some sense that everyone can get back at the table and come back with a decision that best fits the times that we're in regards exactly to what Ms. Holmes just stated. We are in a much different time here on August 10th than we were prior to April 4th.
Thank you, Alan Costello, Precinct 10. We'll first go to Lynn Barrett, Director of Finance, followed by Melissa Origi, Town Manager. Lynn Barrett, welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So again, on page 27 of your the Red Book, the Advisory and Finance Committee's report and recommendations for the special. On page 27, there's a summary of each group bargaining unit and every year what the cost of that particular either JLMC decision or contract is going to estimate to cost the town. So in summary, in total, all 4 groups, it's a total of about $3.8 million going back 3 years and going forward for fiscal 21. Specifically, the patrolman's JLMC decision for the 3 years, including 2019, 2020, and 21, is $1.6 million. And again, we have encumbered all the prior year contractual increases, and the fiscal 21 contractual amounts will come from salary reserve, and the police department budget is included in Article 7A, the budget article.
Thank you, Lynn Barrett is the Director of Finance. We're going to go to Melissa Arrighi, and she is Plymouth Town Manager, further responding to Alan Costello from Precinct 10. Melissa Arrighi, welcome back.
Thank you very much. If I could direct all your attention to page 39 in your report and rec book, I think that's a really important section for town meeting members to make sure they read, because that shows how the Joint Labor Management Committee looks at our ability to pay. And when you look at our ability to pay, they see some really great things the town has done through the years, both through this legislative branch and through our executive branch. So in trying to determine Mr. Costello's question is, if we went back to the JLMC, could it be a different outcome? Would we go back to the JLMC? Those are somewhat unknowns. I can tell you, when I've read many of these JLMC decisions, this ability to pay is very similar year to year. It talks about our strong economy. It talks about our bond rating. It talks about the savings that we have. And many of those things haven't changed. Now, in saying all that, these contracts only go through FY21. I do think if you've looked at both the town manager's reports and the finance director's presentations lately to the select board, that you can see that we do really have to tighten up for FY22 and beyond that if we want to avoid an override. And that has been the strong vote from the select board very recently. And there are things that we will need to do in the next round of contract negotiations that aren't necessarily what you see here with these funds we've already set aside.
Thank you, Melissa Arrighi, Town Manager. We're going to go to Precinct 11, Kenneth Howe, who moves to close debate. It is not debatable. We are going to show the screen, however, and you'll see here we also had someone else moving to close debate, and we had 3 people seeking to speak on the motion. We're now going to go forward as soon as it comes up on the screen to decide whether to close debate on 1D. And this is the special town meeting. It's coming to you live from Plymouth North High School, and you can begin voting now. You're voting on whether to close debate on number 1D in the special town meeting warrant. We'll continue after this when we complete it with 1E. We're working on the warrant. We have 45 seconds to vote. Town meeting members have been voting with a V-Voter platform from OTI Technologies. They're watching on a Zoom webinar platform. Those of you watching on PAC TV, it is delayed a few seconds from what's going on in town meeting. And we have participation. Mr. Howe, in fact, who is making this motion, is at Plymouth North High School. He's one of 7 town meeting members working there with some tech support in person. We have people, Ms. Melissa Arrighi and the Director of Finance are at Town Hall, and we're continuing the vote, and it is done. We'll now show the vote, and the polling is concluded. 89 say close debate, 33 say no, 1 abstention. So we'll scroll through the precincts. Again, you see the number of town meeting members who are voting on whether to close debate. We're continuing with town meeting, and we're going to go and vote on this once we scroll through the precincts, and that'll be voting on 1D. Town meeting members will have a chance to vote once we show all the precincts. We're showing the last precincts now, 13, 14, and 15. So in a moment, you'll see 1D up on the screen, and when we see that, we'll start the voting. They'll have 1 minute in which to vote, and you can start voting now. You're voting on 1D, which is to accept the Joint Labor Management Committee decision and authorize the arbitration award. And in that last vote, we had 123 town meeting members who cast a vote. So we've been hovering right around between 120 and 125 throughout the evening. Town meeting members are at various locations. I know of at least 1 town meeting member who is out of state, and I see that she has been participating remotely, and she is voting. So one of the maybe unintended effects of the new enabling statute is that more people are able to participate regardless of their health or their location. And we've seen that tonight here in Plymouth. That completes the voting, and we're now going to see the vote for 1D. It'll show up on your screen. 91 in favor, 31 no, 1 abstention. The motion carries. We're going to go to 1E. After we scroll through the precincts, you once again see how your precinct representatives are voting. 1, 2, and 3. We're showing them in groups of 3 on the precincts. For those of you that are watching, you'll see that there's quite a bit of speaking. And while we're scrolling, I'm going to run to Precinct 8. Geraldine Williams has a point of order. Geraldine, what is your point of order?
My point of order is that I feel that there are employees who are affected by this vote should not be voting on this motion.
So, Geraldine, I don't know if that's a point of order, but I will just tell you that at the start of the town meeting, I did indicate what the charter says regarding any conflict of interest, but town meeting members are exempt from the state conflict of interest statute. So I see there's also a point of order from Birgitta Kuehn. She is in Precinct 15. Birgitta, what is your point of order? Birgitta Kuehn in Precinct 15?
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. This is Birgitta Kuehn, Precinct 15. I have a question for Mr. Canty and the Advisory Finance Committee as part of my point of order. And the question is this. Mr. Canty gives us the votes for the Advisory and Finance Committee, but because of a big difference between time periods now and the delay of this meeting, I would like, and I believe that many would like to know, when was that vote taken? Is Mr. Canty able to let us know when the Advisory and Finance Committee did vote on these motions?
So I don't really think that's a point of order. You should have asked that question when we were having the debate. However, we're going to be coming to 1E, and perhaps Mr. Canty can incorporate that in his presentation on 1E. But before we go to him, I just want to note Stacey Delacruz has advised her screen froze, but she voted no on that last, and we have that. So we're going to continue now with 1E. And Kevin Canty, Advisory and Finance Committee, if you can speak to the motion and perhaps incorporate in your presentation a response to Birgitta Kuehn.
In a unanimous vote of 13-0 with 0 abstentions, which took place on March 11th, 2020, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve Article 1E. Approval of this article would adopt the negotiated memorandum of agreement for this employee bargaining unit.
Thank you. Further discussion, I'll see we'll call on Paul Cunningham. He is in Precinct 8, and he's asked to speak to the motion. Mr. Cunningham, good evening again.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Paul Cunningham, Precinct 8. I'd be amiss to not mention something that we discuss every year, I guess we do, about the conflict of interest clause in our charter not being enforced. And for the vast audience, we are told that's watching PAC TV, this means that town employees and retirees receiving regular town payments can vote in their own pay raise. These votes total 25 last time we checked for those receiving benefits, but another 30, 31 or so relatives and family members. So really, in this 122 that we talk about, there's really maybe 65 members that are not affiliated with a town. Just for everyone to know that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Christopher Merrill, Precinct 11, followed by Thomas Kelly, Precinct 6. We're debating 1E. Mr. Merrill, good evening. Welcome. This is motion 1E.
Thank you. Can you hear me, Mr.
Yes,
Moderator?
we can. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. This question is either for the finance director or the town manager. Will the town be receiving community development block grants from the $150 billion CARES Act? And the second part is, will that direct aid be able to be used to allocate for the salary increases to the pertaining articles?
I'm going to first go to Lynn Barrett, Director of Finance. Lynn Barrett. If we can move and invite Lynn Barrett. Yes.
Thanks, Mr. Moderator. It's my understanding that community development block grants that have been received through the CARES Act through community development here in Plymouth have been used to assist businesses and such, and is not being used for salaries. It's my understanding that CARES Act money, especially the Coronavirus Relief Fund, is not to be used for regular salaries and only for those salaries that are over and above the regular salaries that are directly related to COVID-related services. That's my understanding.
Thank you, Lynn Barrett. We're going to move to Precinct 6, Tom Kelly, followed by Precinct 8, Don Williams. Mr. Kelly, welcome and good evening.
Hi, Steve. Tom Kelly, Precinct 6. I just want to point out, this is probably my 25th year at town meeting, and I'm going to tell you that 268A is a very simple law to look up. It exempts town meeting from any conflict of interest statute. The statute is, what would you say? It's statute's clear. Can't be any stupider than to realize that it says town meeting right in there, up there. That's why if we went to a city council, we would be under the laws of conflict of interest. But the state law is supreme on this. The charter is in conflict of it, and you go right to the state law. You can't have a town charter in conflict with 268A. So that piece of paper that's been sitting there with that provision for years puts Mr. In the middle, because he has to try to say, the moderator has to decide if something is good or bad or for town meeting. That's just not the case in 268A. He doesn't enforce that. The state statute does. So when we get into that debate, we're wasting our time. The only people that can vote is the people that vote us out for one reason or another. But we're just spinning our wheels with those type of rhetoric. I've heard it for 20 years. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to jump to Precinct 11, Francis O'Brien, who moves to close debate. We're going to show the screen. We're going to show the number of people that have still requested. You'll see there are 3 people that have still asked to speak. We're now going to vote on whether to close debate on 1E. And town meeting members, when you see it on the screen, you'll be able to vote as to whether to close debate. You'll have 1 minute, and as soon as we show it now, you can start to vote. This is whether to close debate on 1E. We're in the special town meeting warrant. We will continue for approximately this 2-hour period, and then we have moved to adjourn to Thursday evening. 45 seconds. Town meeting members are voting on whether to close debate on 1E. This is Plymouth Special Town Meeting. It's coming to you live on August 10th, 2020. This is the first virtual town meeting in the history of the Plymouth legislature. Town meeting members are participating remotely, and we have everybody at various locations, with 7 town meeting members also at Plymouth North High School with in-person tech support. We also have a help desk throughout the evening, and people have also been using the voter. And that concludes the voting on whether to close debate. We'll see the results. 98 say yes, close debate. 25 still want to talk. 0 abstentions. The yeas have it, and we're going to stop debating. We're going to move on and vote on motion 1E, but only after we go through the list of the precincts, because we want to see how our precinct representatives have been voting. But you'll see 123 town meeting members voted this time, 98 of them voting in favor of closing debate. We're scrolling through the precincts 3 at a time. We're currently showing 7, 8, and 9, 10, 11, and 12, and once we show you 13, 14, and 15, we will then move to vote on 1E. And we've now shown all the precincts, and when you see 1E on your screen, you will have 1 minute in which to vote. Town meeting members are voting on a V voter platform. 1E is to amend the Plymouth Dispatchers Union bargaining agreement, and you'll see that you have a record in pages 102 to 108. It's showing now on your screen. You can start voting now. Town meeting members have 1 minute in which to vote. We are not having any voice votes, so historically on certain articles that might move quickly without much debate, we have to vote all by roll call. Town meeting members did, however, vote a consent agenda where they bundled certain articles together in order that they could move this town meeting along. And we've gone through the procedural motions, and we've been at this for about 3 hours. We're going to be moving into our 4th hour shortly, and we will just continue, and we will likely adjourn close to the 10 o'clock hour and continue on Thursday. We have 8 seconds, and we're continuing to vote on motion 1E. And at this time, the voting has completed. We're now going to see what the vote is. On 1E, 93 voting in favor, 29 in opposition, 2 abstentions. The motion carries. And that completes the special town meeting Article 1 motions. Article 2, we have no motion. And hearing no motion, I declare no action. And as we scroll through the precincts, on 1E, I'm going to read motion number 3 for Article 3. We're on precincts 7, 8, and 9 on the last vote, but on motion 3, Mr. Canty moves the town appropriate the sum of $3,747.56 by transferring from water retained earnings to pay certain unpaid bills of a prior fiscal year as follows. Now, this particular article is a 9/10 vote, and we're going to hear from Kevin Canty, Chair of Advisory and Finance Committee. Mr. Canty.
In 2 separate unanimous votes, the Advisory and Finance Committee has recommended town meeting approve Article 3. Approval of this article would authorize the Finance Department to process outstanding invoices from a prior fiscal year that still need to be paid for a total amount of $3,747.56.
Thank you, Mr. Canty. I'm not seeing anyone wanting to speak. We'll call the vote up on the screen. We'll begin the vote as soon as you see it. And we're waiting for the presentation to start on the voting. And once you see it, we'll begin the vote on motion number 3 in the special town meeting. And Plymouth special town meeting, start voting now. You're voting on motion 3 in the special town meeting book. You'll see town meeting members can vote yes or no. They can also abstain when they think it's appropriate. And we're going to continue once we complete the vote on this with a number of motions under Article 4. And the first motion with which we'll be dealing is, we have 30 seconds on the vote we're doing now, but the first one is for the town to appropriate the sum of $80,000 to pay costs associated with the asbestos management plan capital project. And it's as shown below, including all costs incidental or related thereto, and that to meet this appropriation, $80,000 be transferred from free cash. That'll be coming up momentarily. We're completing the voting, 5 seconds. We're completing the voting on motion number 3. And before we take the vote, a point of order from Wrestling Brewster. Precinct 5, Wrestling Brewster has a point of order before we call the vote on motion number 3. Mr. Brewster.
Yes, it never came up on my e-voter.
What is your vote?
My vote is yes.
Voting yes. Mr. Brewster votes yes, so 118 voting in favor, 2 voting no, 3 abstentions. It passes by 9/10, and therefore the motion carries. We're now going to motion 4A1, and we will go with Mr. Canty for the Finance Committee.
In a unanimous vote of 12 to 0 to 0, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve this component of Article 4. The Advisory and Finance Committee voted once on all of Article 4, though you will be voting on each of the components separately. Approval of this component will authorize the town to appropriate $80,000 from free cash for an asbestos management plan that will be conducted by a licensed environmental consulting agency.
We're going to call this up on the screen for 4A1, not seeing any speakers requesting to be heard. On 4A1, it's a majority vote. When it comes up, we'll begin the voting, and town meeting members will see on the screen your opportunity to vote, yes, no, or abstain. You'll have 1 minute in which to vote. Vote now. We're voting on 4A1. Thereafter, you recall that you voted to change the order of articles, so we will not be going to 4A2. Rather, that will be delayed until after Article 8. But you're voting now on 4A1, 45 seconds remaining on this vote. But we will be going to 4B. 4B is going to be a 2/3 vote. We'll be hearing from Mr. Canty, Chair of the Advisory and Finance Committee. 30 seconds, however, you're voting on 4A1, and we're in the special town meeting warrant. It's coming to you live on August 10, 2020. We're down to 17 seconds. Town meeting members have been voting on V-Voter. Occasionally, computer screens freeze. We've had people notifying us with a point of order, and then they come in on voice or they call. That completes the voting on 4A1. We're going to show 120 voting in favor, 2 voting no, 2 abstentions. The motion carries. 124 town meeting members voting. We're now going to scroll through and see how they voted. And while we do, we're going to be hearing from Kevin Canty, Chair of the Advisory and Finance Committee, who is going to talk to us about his motion that the town appropriate the sum of $2,200,000 to pay costs associated with the Brook Road Bridge design. Mr. Canty, we'll wait. Now let's go back to the screen. I'm sorry. We're on Precinct 7, 8, and 9, and we're going to continue 10, 11, and 12. We're going to show all the precincts as to how people voted. We did have 2 voting no and 2 abstentions, and there they are, 13, 14, and 15. Those are 3 of those votes, and you'll see that on the screen. We'll now go to Mr. Canty for motion 4B. Welcome back, Kevin Canty, Chair of the Advisory and Finance Committee.
In the same unanimous vote of 12 to 0 to 0, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve this component of Article 4. Approval of this component will authorize the town to appropriate $2.2 million for design and construction of the Brook Road Bridge. The town expects $1.7 million of this total will come from borrowing, while the remaining $500,000 will come from grant funding.
We're going to go to Precinct 8, Paul Cunningham. Mr. Cunningham on motion 4B. Good evening again. This is on motion 4B on the special town meeting warrant. Can you unmute, Mr. Cunningham?
All right, sorry about that.
Go ahead.
I had a question. I read on the town manager's report that the state senator made a call and asked to incorporate these 2 bridges that are in need of repair, but to put them in for shovel-ready projects. And I wondered how that stood. I mean, they seemed anxious they were asking for projects to be done, and I don't think it's been approved yet, but how does that affect this type of vote?
So Mr. Cunningham has a question, and we'll go to the town manager to start and determine whether or not she wants to answer or have someone else field that question. Melissa Arrighi is our town manager. Good evening.
Hi, thank you. We did put in for some projects for the bond bill. We actually have submitted quite a few, but this project was not one of them, so I'm not sure what town manager's report Mr. Cunningham is referring to.
Thank you, Melissa Arrighi. We're going to go now to Precinct 10, Peter Neville. Mr. Neville.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm going to vote against this motion simply because it's just not the time to be borrowing money. Nor is it the time to anticipate grants. It's a new matrix, and I just don't feel that. I'm not going to move to table it. I don't know if there is such a thing in the rules there that you have, Steve, but maybe later down the road for this bridge.
No, we unfortunately,
Not now.
we cannot bind one town meeting with the action of another town meeting. So no tabling, but you didn't move it anyway, but it wouldn't be in order. 2/3 vote for this. We're going to go to Precinct 8, Geraldine Williams, who would like to speak on 4B. Geraldine. Good evening.
Thank you, Steve. Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
This is Geraldine Williams, Precinct 8. I have a question. If we turn down this motion, do we lose the $500,000 grant, or can it be postponed and used if all town meeting approves this?
Lynn Barrett, Director of Finance, responding to Geraldine Williams' question on motion 4B regarding the grant. Lynn Barrett.
Hi, I would actually ask that you refer to Jonathan Beater. I see him on the screen there.
Okay,
He would probably be able to
we'll
answer
go
the
to
question
Jonathan Beater.
regarding the grant.
Jonathan Beater is the Director of the Department of Public Works. Welcome, Mr. Beater. Unmute. Jonathan, you need to unmute. We can't hear you. We can't hear you. Go ahead. Hover your cursor on the bottom of the screen, I'm being told. And it should pop up. Okay. He does have speaking privileges. And
all right. Sorry about that, everybody. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good evening, town meeting reps.
Good
We
evening.
would come back for funding this project at the fall town meeting. What we have been able to do is secure a one-year extension from the DOT, Mass DOT, who did provide the $500,000 grant funding. So if town meeting would not, appropriate funding now, we would be back in the fall. Thank you.
Thank you. Responding. Further questions? If not, we're going to go to a vote on 4B, and we're going to call that up on the screen. Before we do that, Nate Siegel, Precinct 7, wants to be heard and speak on this. Precinct 7, Nate Siegel. Nate, good evening. Nathan Siegel.
Hello, Mr. Moderator. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you very much. Nate Siegel, Precinct 7. Mr. Beater just started to reference this a little bit about coming back in the fall if this were to not be approved. But I was wondering if Mr. Beater or someone might be able to just elaborate why they feel in such a time when, obviously everyone's very anxious about big capital expenses. There's a lot of uncertainty. If Mr. Beater or someone else could just speak to why they feel that this is necessary to go through now. Thank you.
Jonathan
Sure,
Beater,
thank you.
Director, Department of Public Works, responding.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Moderator. Again, this bridge, it currently has a weight restriction on it. There is some erosion that's happening adjacent to the bridge. In town meeting, as you see with our capital plan, we have another bridge after this. And town meeting's been very good about, throwing dollars towards these infrastructure projects with your bridges. And, this one and the one after that will really do it for the town in terms of a bridge replacement. But at some point in time, there was a water main here. This bridge could fail catastrophically. So we are recommending the appropriation. Thank you.
Thank you. Precinct 15, Richard Neely moves to close debate. We're going to show the speaker screen. Before we do that, it's a 2/3 vote. We see one person. I guess we lost the person that wanted to speak. So I'm actually just going to go to the vote. I'm not going to move to close debate because there's nobody on the screen waiting to be heard. Let's go to motion 4B and let's take a vote. It's a 2/3 vote when it comes up on your screen, and you can start voting now. It's a 2/3 vote, and it is a 2/3 vote because there's borrowing involved. And when there's borrowing involved, it's a 2/3 vote. This is Plymouth Special Town Meeting. We are going through the warrant. We're going chronologically, except we moved one of the articles to follow Article 8. Town meeting members have been at this town meeting now for over 3 hours. We will recess by 10, and we have 25 seconds left to vote on this particular motion on 4B. And after this, we will continue with the warrant, and we have a motion under Article 5. And it'll be a motion from Mr. Canty that we'll be taking up momentarily. But first, we're going to see the vote on 4B. It does require a 2/3 vote. So we've completed the voting, and now we're going to see the totals, and we'll do the calculation. 67 having voted in favor, 55 in opposition, 3 abstentions. The motion fails by 2/3. It does have a majority, but not 2/3, so it fails. And you'll see as we go through the precincts, we're starting with precincts 1, 2, and 3. We then go to 4, 5, and 6. You'll see how many town meeting members are voting. It looks like we're back up to 125. And town meeting members who are voting at this time. We have a total of 135 town meeting members. One is in the hospital. A couple others gave the town clerk reasons for not participating. We've had very high level of participation throughout the evening from town meeting members. Some of the highest participation in memory, which probably is in no small part to the ease for town meeting members to be able to participate wherever they might be located. And we're continuing down as we scroll, and we've completed it. And so now we're going to go to motion 5. Mr. Canty moves the town vote to appropriate $500,000 to pay the costs of schematic design, feasibility, and owner's project manager services associated with the renovation of or new construction of Fire Headquarters Station 1. Mr. Canty.
In a unanimous vote of 13-0 with no abstentions, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve Article 5. Approval of Article 5 will authorize $500,000 in funding to complete an extensive analysis of the existing conditions of, identify all the areas that are in need of repair at, and begin development of a design for each of the 4 properties: Headquarters number 1, West Plymouth number 2, Manamet Substation number 5, and Bourne Road Substation, to renovate the aging buildings, address compliance with building and OSHA codes there, and ensure that the fire department continues to work out of adequate, safe, and functional spaces.
Thank you. We're going to go to Precinct 13. Joseph Barron speaking on the motion under Article 5. Joseph Barron, good evening and welcome. We're giving you speaking privileges.
Good evening, Mr. Moderator.
Good evening.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak on Article 5. Again, my name is Joseph Barron from Precinct 13. I've lived in Plymouth for nearly 40 years. I'm recently retired from the City of Quincy Fire Department, where I served for 40 years. I've observed the commitment and expertise demonstrated by the members of the Plymouth Fire Department. Plymouth firefighters routinely perform many heroic and compassionate tasks. One of those very important tasks of the fire service is planning centered on identifying hazards, critical infrastructure, and response protocols to ensure the safety of residents responding personnel from the time of an incident to its complete mitigation. This is commonly referred to as pre-fire planning. I've heard it stated that the analysis that Article 5 refers to be performed by and be the responsibility of the fire department. That's a misguided thought. The outcomes sought by this article are too varied and too far-reaching not to employ subject matter experts assisted by fire personnel who work and live in these stations and will for decades to come. Plymouth's dedicated and courageous firefighters deserve planning and execution of a safe workplace that recognizes its technical and personnel needs. It is occupied by firefighters 24/7, 365 days a year. I intend to vote yes on Article 5 and on Article 6, as it is closely related. And I urge my colleague members to vote in the affirmative as well. This community deserves nothing less. Thank you.
Joseph Barron is in Precinct 13. Going to Precinct 4, David Peck. Good evening, Mr. Peck, and welcome to the special town meeting.
Thank you very much, David Peck, Precinct 4. My question is to request a clarification on the language that is included here for the study of the renovation of or new construction of Station 1. Article 8 is requesting $30 million for a new Station 1 in a different location, and yet this Article 5 is saying the study should include a potential renovation of Station 1, which could then potentially preclude the new construction of Article 8. So I'd like a clarification from the chief or a town manager about whether, in fact, this article would include a thoughtful study of potential renovation of Station 1.
Thank you, David Peck. We're actually going to go to Jonathan Beater, Director, Department of Public Works. Mr. Beater, are you able to answer a question from town meeting member David Peck? Jonathan
I'm going
Beater.
to answer it for Mr. Beater. I was here. So that $500,000 that we're looking for, we wrote these articles in anticipation of all possibilities. Since that time, Article 7, I believe, which is to do significant renovations to fire headquarters at its existing site, the select board did not move forward with that. So this $500,000 will not be spent on doing plans for fire headquarters. Now, of course, that depends on what happens now with the future Article 8 for the new fire headquarters on Long Pond Road.
Thank you. Melissa Riggi is our town manager. We're going to go to Precinct 15, Michael Hanlon. Mr. Hanlon, on motion number 5, Article 5. And unmute yourself, please.
Yes, sir, I did. I'm going to support Article 5. I think we need to do this work to identify the capital improvements that need to be made to these fire stations, to understand the problems, understand the solutions, and what those solutions might cost. However, on Article number 6, I will not support Article number 6. We should not give the town $3 million to do renovations and repairs and construction work until we hear what those repairs and renovations are going to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Christopher Houle is in Precinct 14. We're going to welcome Mr. Houle to Plymouth Special Town Meeting. Mr. Houle?
All right, thank you, Mr. Moderator. I have a similar question for the, for the town manager, for the question she just answered. Could she address the apparent sort of conflicts between Article 5 and Article 6? Article 5 is to develop a plan, yet Article 6 is to fund some predetermined improvements to the same stations that are named in Article 5.
Melissa Arrighi, Plymouth Town Manager, responding to Christopher Houle, Precinct 14.
Thank you very much. We definitely don't want you to think that they are in conflict. The $500,000 will bring somebody on board that will help us identify what needs improvements immediately and what we can do to make those improvements and how much it will cost in today's dollars. The following article makes those today's dollars available to us right away. So if they identify, let's say, a project immediately that we can do at the West Plymouth Fire Station, then it will be at a cost of about $1.2 million. This would make the funding available to us to start that project right away. We wouldn't have to wait until, say, a spring special town meeting next April, where of course costs would have gone up. So one of the things that's great about the way that we put these articles together is it both tells us what needs to be done, what we can do right away, and provides the construction money to do that. Now, in saying all that, we still have to go out to bid. We still have to consult the building committee. We would still update the selectmen, and we would do all of that publicly. So it's not that people wouldn't have a chance to weigh in.
Thank you. We're going to go to Precinct 13, Wynn Gerhard. We're debating Article 5, motion number 5. And Wynn, good evening and welcome. Need to unmute. We're on Article. Good evening.
Good evening. Thanks, Wynn Gerhard. I have another question about clarification. My understanding from driving by every day is that there is already renovation work going on at West Plymouth. So I don't understand.
Go ahead. Finish your question.
With these.
Okay. Her sound is breaking up, but I think that we have a question. Melissa Origi, Town Manager, do you care to respond regarding renovation? This is on motion number 5. Melissa Origi is a Plymouth Town Manager. We had a question from Wynn Gerhard, and she's on Precinct 13. And we're debating Article 5, motion number 5. Jonathan Beater, Director of Department of Public Works.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Moderator. Yeah, currently what's happening is that we're doing the roof replacement at Station 2, and a little while back we replaced the overhead, all the overhead doors at Station 2 as well. So that's the ongoing work at the station at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. John Hammond, Precinct 4. We'll continue with the list of town meeting members. Thereafter, we have a resident who may wish to be heard, but only after all town meeting members. John Hammond, Precinct 4. Mr. Hammond.
I share everybody's worries about spending too much money, but for years we have lagged behind on repairs of buildings, and one reason was we'd investigate something, come up with a plan, and authorize some money in town meeting, and then that wouldn't be enough to do the project. So it would take us another year or so to get around to reshuffling all that. So I'm glad to see us go in the other direction and ask for a little money ahead of time. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to now go to Margaret Coehn. She is at Precinct 3, giving speaking priority to new town meeting members who have not yet spoken this evening. Good evening, Ms. Coehn, and welcome. Plymouth Special Town Meeting, Article 5, motion number 5. And if you can unmute. And Margaret Coehn is with Precinct number 3. And does she have she's not in the room, I'm being told. So you need to come in the room in order to be a speaker. So at this point, I'm going to jump to Christopher Hull, Precinct 14. He moves to close debate. This is not debatable, but we will show the screen of people who wish to speak. We'll remove him from the screen since it was his motion, and we'll show the screen as to those people who are requesting. These are the town meeting members that still wish to be heard. We also heard from a resident. We're now going to vote on whether to close debate. And so you'll have 1 minute in which to vote once it comes up on the screen. This is to close debate on motion number 5. And as soon as you see that on the screen, you'll have 1 minute in which to vote. This is whether to close debate on Article 5, motion number 5. You can now vote. And you have 1 minute in which to vote. And town meeting members have been going through the special town meeting warrant this evening following considerable procedural votes. And we're currently on Article 5 in the special town meeting warrant. Town meeting members have been debating through the Zoom webinar platform that when they're in the room, they can speak and they can identify their interest in speaking by going to the V-Voter platform and clicking on to speak on the motion. They also have the opportunity to make procedural motions such as this motion to close debate. It is not debatable. It requires a 2/3 vote, and town meeting members are currently voting on whether to close the debate on motion number 5. And we're going to complete in 5 seconds the vote. Then we'll show the vote. We'll go through the precincts. That completes the vote. We're now going to show whether or not 64 voted in favor, 55 no, 0 abstentions. The motion does not carry, and therefore that was from Christopher Houle, who moved to close the debate, precinct 14. And now we're going to continue after we show the precincts. We could still, as we show them, go back. I'm going to try Margaret Coehn again. Is she in the room yet? To see if we can invite her with speaking privileges. She's precinct 3, and she's asked to speak on the motion. We're still not seeing her in the room. So, Margaret, if you're having trouble, perhaps call the help desk. And we have Bill, but we're not seeing you in the room to be able to speak. So if you could possibly call the help desk with that. But in the meantime, we're going to go to precinct 11, Christopher Merrill, who wants to speak on the motion. Mr. Merrill, good evening, and welcome once again.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My question is, we recently had a facilities manager in town and didn't know if that was something that individual had done a study on these 4 properties.
So the question is, we'd like someone from the panel, start with the town manager, Melissa Arrighi, and she can always throw this to one of her department heads. Melissa Arrighi, on the question from the speaker. And going to JB.
Mr. Moderator, I'd like to respond to the speaker's question.
Go ahead. Yes.
Thank you, everybody. So we have a new facility manager. His name is Nick Hill. He started today. But all the data and all the information we use to derive the next article, the 3 million, was from our school dude, our facility dude software program that we implemented last year. We presented that information to the select board back in March. That really justified, or really was the validity behind those dollars that you'll be seeing in the upcoming article. That's the information that was used to develop that capital request. Thank you.
Thank you. And we're going to continue now. We'll check again. Are we seeing Margaret Coehn yet in the room? No. Okay. We're going to go to precinct 10, Brendan Brady. Mr. Brady. Good evening. Welcome again.
Good evening, Mr. Moderator. Thank you. I'd just like to echo Mr. Hammond's point. I think that was rather poignant. We've had a historical issue with the maintenance of our buildings. So I think it is wise to figure out what those problems are, identify them, and earmark money now so that they don't turn into bigger dollar amounts down the road. So 5 and 6, I think, go together, and I think it's a smart investment for the town. Thank you.
Precinct 5, Wrestling Brewster. We're in motion 5 under Article 5. Mr. Brewster, Precinct 5, welcome. Mr. Brewster is the chair of Precinct 5. And Mr. Brewster.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
That's the mantra for this town meeting. Can you hear me? Yeah, my question is probably to Mr. Beater or the town manager. If we have a new facilities manager, why are we spending $500,000 to get this study? Shouldn't we get this person to do that study?
Thank you.
Jonathan
and make
Beater,
it a priority?
Jonathan Beater is Director of Department of Public Works, responding to Wrestling Brewster.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Moderator. This is not a study. This will provide us with engineering documents, design, bid specifications for the future procurement of the work. And again, what we'd like to do is kind of package these items. So if we're doing windows, we're doing facade, we're doing HVAC work, this will really provide us a really effective tool to get that work done. This is not a study. This is for actual work that needs to be done at the buildings. Thank you.
Thank you. And we're going to continue now with Precinct 5, Michael Withington, on motion number 5. Mr. Withington? Precinct 5.
Thank you, Mr. Triffletti. Quick
question, will this study, this extensive analysis include whether we might have to close the station or the possibility of leasing in evaluating a leasing option?
Jonathan Beater?
Yeah, this study, I mean, we're going to look at building components based on, facility duty. That's what this is going to, this will be actual for work done in the buildings. I mean, what'll happen is we'll have engineers and architects in the building looking at systems. So, there could be some unforeseen issues that come up, but we're not sure at this time what those may be.
Thank you. Precinct 10, Alan Costello. We're debating Article 5, Motion 5. Mr. Costello?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Moderator. Alan Costello, Precinct 10. I was hoping to press Mr. Beta, head of DPW, on some of the points that have been brought up in the last 2 or 3 town meeting members, but a couple of quick questions. Number one, the roof that is being repaired at the West Plymouth Station, what article was that the town meeting approved for that roof repair, sir?
Jonathan Beater is the Director of Department of Public Works.
He doesn't want to answer that one.
Please don't interrupt. I recognize Mr. Beater. Jonathan Beater is the Director, Department of Public Works, and he is here to answer a question from the town meeting member. Mr. Beater, if we can bring him back in on our panel. And we're debating motion number 5, Article 5.
Yes, thank you. So that question, those funds were approved Article 9 of the April 6, 2019 town meeting.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And then my follow-up question, you just clarified that this is not a study, but
correct.
If we've derived all of the information we need for Article 6 from the Scrooge report, or the report the town meeting approved back in 2014, why such a heavy price tag, $500,000 to send out bids or to retain somebody to fix systems? Do you anticipate they're going to be redesigning the existing systems within the building? Why such a high number for contingency?
Jonathan Beater?
Because what we'd like to do is,
go ahead.
Moderator, you ready?
Yes.
Yeah, what we'd like to do is, again, group these projects for the different buildings once we have an architect and the engineer look at them. Again, there's multiple systems and the costs just keep on going up to get this type of work done. By the time we bring in these designers and engineers and actually do the work, the $500,000, we want to really make that go as far as we can for all the buildings so we can address all the needs, so we can come back to this body in the fall or next spring. We're looking for future capital dollars to finish off the repairs. So we really want to make these dollars go as far as we can with all the building components.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're now going to move to Precinct 10, Peter Neville. Mr. Neville, good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. When I read through these 3 articles, Chief Bradley's comments over the last several town meetings that came to mind, as well as his editorial in the paper, identifying all the deficits in the different buildings. And so I wondered whether or not some of the work had already been done in terms of identifying problems. But I guess the bottom line here is it's sort of like pushing a string. The cost of repairs to buildings, in my experience at town meetings, is every meeting we talk about renovations or repairs that need to be done or haven't been done. And so I did propose to the moderator that leasing space be considered in each one of these articles, and I offered language, but it wasn't appropriate to the motions. But I really think it's time to look at leasing and to identify what the prototype is, or what the paradigm, what the best model is for a fire station, and whether or not that fire station wouldn't fit within the Shaw's building or the TJ Maxx building. and spend $500,000 to create something that meets the standard, the chief and everybody else, and say, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna get a developer to build this thing just the way we want it and lease it to us. Then, when you look at the amortization schedule on 30 million and you add the interest, we're talking about a fire station that costs, what, 60 million? How much of a building do you think you could lease over 30 years at 2 million a year? I don't know, but I'd love to know. That's all I'd say. Thank you, Mr. Moderator, for my time.
Mr. Neville. Do we have Margaret Cohen yet in the room?
So it looks like there's multiple people that signed in under Rochelle Gaucher's credentials. So Margaret Cohen needs to call in if she would like to speak, because she's not used the right
I'm being told that Margaret Cohen needs to call in if she wants to speak, because a few people have signed in on the credentials of another person. So Margaret, if you could do that. In the meantime, we're going to call on Kevin Lynch, and Kevin Lynch is a Plymouth resident. He was verified prior to this town meeting, at least 48 hours in advance. He's asked to speak, and all the town meeting members have already spoken that asked to speak. We're now going to bring in Mr. Lynch, who will come in on the phone. Mr. Lynch, good evening and welcome.
Thank you, sir, for allowing me on here. Interesting, I'm watching on my TV, and I like the delayed effect. But anyway, I'm going to shut this off so I don't need to go and listen to it if I can. But anyway, what I'd like to do is ask something on the heels of both Peter Neville and Alan Costello. More towards Alan in this part. Why is Plymouth so deficient that $500,000 is required to go and, dare I say, look at these buildings? And I went through the article, and as I speak, science teacher that I am, there's 3 major things to look at and do an extensive analysis of existing conditions. I do believe that we have on staff very qualified individuals, as well as the people that actually are in the fire stations. They could actually give you their own analysis of the existing conditions. Next, we're going to ID all areas in need of repair. Again, somehow or other, I scratch my head and I say, why is Plymouth, the town employees, not qualified to identify all areas in need of repair? Again, I call upon those that are in the stations themselves, and then develop design for headquarters, West Plymouth, Manomet, Bourne. Wow. I do believe we have some very, very unique individuals that are under the age of 18 that are fantastic as far as their brain power goes. And I'll bet you they could probably go and be able to design some of these actual things in order to renovate aging buildings and address compliance with OSHA. Fantastic as far as a training, and it escapes my my remembrance as to a what it is that the person who is, man, I'm so old, I can't remember it.
30 seconds.
Okay. In other words, a person that comes under the mentorship of someone else. I know you probably know it, sir. But all of this, dare I say, we are adequately prepared to work out adequate and safe functional spaces for our firefighters within the town of Plymouth, and put more or less, as much as that $500,000 as possible toward making the fire station.
Thank you, Mr. Kevin Lynch.
Thank you.
Plymouth resident. At this time, I have a point of order and 4 motions to close debate. I'll start with a point of order. Precinct 15, Kevin Joyce. Mr. Joyce, you have a point of order? Precinct 15. and it looks like he dropped off. So I'm going to go to the first motion to close debate. We have 4 of them. We'll start with Precinct 8, Geraldine Williams. It's not debatable. We will now show the speakers list. I'll ask them to delete everyone on this list that wanted to close debate so that we know who wanted to speak. So we'll get rid of the people who wanted to close debate. There's one more. And there's your list of people that want to speak. And so now we're going to vote on whether to close debate. And when it comes up, you'll have 1 minute in which to vote, closing debate on Article 5, motion number 5. And as soon as it shows on the screen, we'll begin voting. This is Plymouth, and you can start voting now. So whether to close debate on Article 5, motion number 5, we have 20 minutes before we reach the completion of our second 2-hour segment. Town meeting members are voting on whether to close debate on Article 5, motion 5 on the special town meeting warrant. This is coming to you live from PAC TV. We have town officials at Town Hall in the Great Room. We have 7 town meeting members at Plymouth North High School. We are doing this virtually. Remote participation under Chapter 92 of the Acts of 2020 on a legislative bill co-sponsored by Plymouth State Representative Matthew Muratori. This is Plymouth's first virtual town meeting for its legislature, and we're down to 8 seconds voting on whether to close debate, much the same as we've done in person. We've now completed the vote. We're now going to see what the vote is. 98 say yes, 25 say no, 0 abstentions. The motion carries by more than 2/3. We'll scroll through the precincts so you can see how your town meeting members voted, and then we're going to go to the main motion on Article 5 once we scroll through the precincts. We're currently showing 4, 5, and 6, and we will continue showing 3 precincts at a time. We're going to remove all the people on the V-voter who wanted to speak since we've now closed debate, and we're going to be moving right to the vote on Article 5 after we complete. We're at 10, 11, and 12 for the precincts. You'll see how your precinct reps vote, and 13, 14, and 15. So now we're going to go to the main motion on Article 5, and it's to move to appropriate the $500,000 to pay for the cost of schematic design. When you see it on your screen, you can begin voting. You'll have a minute in which to vote. Town meeting members are voting virtually on a V-voter platform. They are watching. You can start now. Please vote. And they have 1 minute in which to vote. We're going to continue in the warrant with the time that we have left, and we will be moving to Article 6. And we have a motion from Mr. Canty on Article 6, and it is a 2/3 vote. And we'll be taking that up next. We'll not be taking any new matters after 10 o'clock this evening. We have 30 seconds on this vote, and we're going to continue on the vote until we complete it for motion number 5. Town meeting members have been working since 6 o'clock this evening. Many logged in as early as 4 o'clock, and on Thursday they can log in at 4 o'clock. They can then leave their screens and come back to it. We'll have the help desk once again opening, but with the training and the practice sessions, they're doing very well this evening. They've completed the vote. We're now going to see what is the vote on motion 5. 99 say yes, 23 say no, 1 abstention. The motion carries. We're scrolling through the precincts, and after we finish looking at all the precincts, we're going to continue with the special town meeting warrant. We're going to go to Article 6, motion number 6, as we continue to go through the warrant of the special town meeting. This is coming to you live on August 10th, 2020. It is our special town meeting. It was originally scheduled for April 4th, but due to the coronavirus pandemic, it was continued 5 times. We had legislation passed on June 4th, signed by Governor Baker, enabling this virtual representative town meeting, which you're watching tonight. Precincts 13, 14, and 15, we're now going to move, Mr. Canty moves the town appropriate $3 million to pay for the cost of construction, demolition, renovation, equipping, and furnishing the following fire stations. Town meeting members, you have the text. We're going to go right to Kevin Canty, who's going to explain the position of the Advisory and Finance Committee. Mr. Canty.
In a vote of 12-0 with one abstention, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve Article 6. The intent of Article 6 is to have $3 million of construction funding available in advance of design completion, so bidding and construction can proceed immediately at whichever fire substation, West Plymouth number 2, Manamet number 5, or Bourne Road number 4, is first to be fully designed. This will allow the work to proceed as quickly as possible and provide the design team with flexibility for scheduling bids to hopefully realize the best prices in the ever-changing construction market.
Thank you. And this is on number 6. It is a 2/3 vote. And in looking at the screen, we currently see Everett Malaguti, Precinct 1. We'll go to town meeting members first. Precinct 1, Everett Malaguti. Welcome, Mr. Malaguti.
Good evening. Everett Malaguti, Precinct 1. My question is two-part. The first is, with the different accounts funding the $3 million, is the town looking at proceeding with the funds already available from the salt shed that was not used and the sale of real estate account before they go into any borrowing for remainder projects? And the second is, within the article, it said that within fall town meeting, there may be more asks for additional funding. When they ask for additional funding, will they be scrutinizing the majority of all Burke's Law articles that have outstanding fund balances before they ask the taxpayer to fund more money for these projects?
I'm going to ask Lynn Barrett, Director of Finance, to respond to Precinct 1, Everett Malaguti. Lynn Barrett.
Thanks, Mr. Moderator. Okay, so what we do is when we look at building projects, we always look at available funds that we have already, especially funds that we've already borrowed. If a project has been abandoned or not proceeded with, then we need to use that money for another building project. So that's what we did with the salt shed. So we're using that funding source towards this project to reduce the amount that we need to borrow. Secondly, we're using, because it's a building project or buildings projects, fire stations, we're going to use the amount that's available in the sale of real estate fund to help offset what we would need to borrow for this project. We always look at any available funds on the books, and those were ones that were identified right now specifically for building projects. Okay.
Thank you, Lynn Barrett, Director of Finance. We've got 2 town meeting members moving to close debate. It is not debatable. We'll use Michael Landers, Precinct 13, as the maker of the motion. We can remove both Mr. Landers, Mr. Brennan, and we can show that there is one member who would like to speak. It's not debatable. We're now going to vote on whether to close debate. When you see it on your screen, you will be able to vote. You'll have 1 minute in which to vote and cast your ballot on whether or not vote now. You're voting on whether to close debate on Article 6, motion number 6. Town meeting members have been moving through the warrant on the special town meeting. This is coming to you live on August 10, 2020, and we're going to continue to the 10 o'clock hour. We won't take any new matters after that time. Town meeting members are continuing on the warrant, and we're currently on whether to close debate on number 6. We have 25 seconds in which to vote on the motion to close debate. This is a procedural motion. It is not debatable. It requires a 2/3 vote. Town meeting members have had several procedural motions throughout this evening, including several motions to close debate, as well as a number of procedural motions at the start of town meeting. We're counting down to 3, 2, 1. We're done. We're now going to show what town meeting members decided. Yes, they want to close debate. 97, in fact, have voted yes. 26 said no. They want to keep talking. 0 abstentions. The motion carries by more than 2/3. We're going to scroll through the precincts. We're going to take a vote on number 6. Following the view of the precincts, town meeting members are making sure that their vote was correctly tabulated, and the public has an opportunity to see how your town meeting member is voting throughout this evening. We've had many votes. They've all been roll call. You have a record and accountability for your town meeting members on this virtual town meeting coming to you live on August 10, 2020. We're going to the last set of precincts, 13, 14, and 15, and as soon as we can bring up the vote, we're going to be voting on number 6 of Article 6, and again, this is a 2/3 vote, and you'll have 1 minute in which to vote when it comes on the screen. Town meeting members are once again using a vVoter virtual platform. You can now vote now. So for those of you watching, town meeting members are scattered throughout the town and throughout New England as they participate virtually at this special town meeting, which is coming to you live on August 10, 2020. We're getting great numbers in the participation of town meeting members with this opportunity to participate remotely during the COVID-19 pandemic. Town meeting members are safely and in a healthy way doing the business of the town, the legislative business of the town, by working hard with 10 training sessions, followed by a presentation night and a preview night, all getting them ready and well prepared for tonight's opening session of the annual and the special town meeting. Again, we're down 2-1. We're through with the voting. We're going to look at the total vote. 88 voted in favor, 36 in opposition, 1 abstention. The motion carries by more than 2/3. You'll see your town meeting members on the screen, 1, 2, and 3. We're going to continue and show you how they voted, and then we're going to continue with the warrant. We'll take at least one more article. We may not finish it, but we're going to at least begin. And we're seeing how people voted, precincts 7, 8, and 9. Again, town meeting members voting for Article 6. This was a 2/3 vote. We're going to take off the speaker off the screen because we're through with this article. And we're going to be going to Article 7 momentarily. And we're going to complete Article 7 because Article 7, we have no motion, we have no action. And we then move to Article 8 in the warrant. And we're going to begin. We have both a main motion as well as a motion to amend. And we're going to at least start the main motion with Mr. Canty moving the town appropriate $30 million to pay the costs of construction, demolition, equipping, and furnishing a new fire headquarters. Kevin Canty, you're the chair of the Advisory and Finance Committee. Please give us your recommendation.
In a vote of 12-1 with no abstentions, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve Article 8. Approval of Article 8 will authorize $30 million in funds for a new fire headquarters at 91 Long Pond Road due to the extremely poor conditions at the current headquarters. Problems at the current headquarters are such that repairs there are not economically feasible, and a new headquarters is therefore needed. The article will require a budget override vote at the ballot.
Thank you. And before we move on, Precinct 10, Brendan Brady, has a procedural motion. Mr. Brady, what is your procedural motion? Brendan Brady.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm not entirely sure if it's within my power, but based on the gravity of this article, if it's possible, I'd like to move that we recess until Thursday so that we can take this up with fresh eyes and fresh voices.
So this would be a motion to adjourn. Would you like to make that motion to adjourn?
Yes, I'd like to move to adjourn the meeting until Thursday, August 13th, beginning at 6 p.m.
Thank you. At this time, it is debatable. Would anyone care to be heard on the motion to adjourn the special town meeting? I see I have a request from Mr. Williams. I'm not sure if it's on the procedural motion, but Precinct 8, Donald Williams, we'll call him Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams, do you care to be heard on the motion to adjourn?
Well, I think we're going to have a heck of a time. Can you hear me?
I can.
I think we're going to have a heck of a time finishing up on Thursday night. That means we go to next week. I would rather plow through for a little bit here. Is there any reason why we have to stop at 10 o'clock?
This is a motion to adjourn. If we don't adjourn, we'll continue until town meeting votes to adjourn. So any further debate from you, Mr. Williams?
No, I really wanted to speak about the $30 million.
Thank you.
I take the opportunity.
Thank you. I'm now going to go to Carl Mason, Precinct 4. Carl Mason moves to close debate on the motion to adjourn. It is not debatable, but we'll now show the screen of people who want to speak on the motion. You'll see there are 2 people that want to speak on the motion to adjourn. We'll now take a vote on whether to close debate on the motion to adjourn. When it comes up on your screen, you'll be voting whether to close debate on the motion to adjourn. And there you go. You can start voting now. You're now voting on whether to close debate on whether to adjourn. This is a motion. It's a procedural motion that we received, and the time is now 9:56 p.m. Town meeting has been going for just about 4 hours, and the decision of town meeting is whether to continue this evening or whether or not to adjourn until Thursday evening. So town meeting members are first deciding whether or not to close debate on a motion to adjourn. We have 25 seconds. They're voting. If we continue, we'll be taking a recess, and then we'll be beginning Article 8. If they vote not to continue tonight, we will resume at 6 o'clock on Thursday. We have 9 seconds. We're counting down on the motion to close debate. We'll see whether or not town meeting members want to continue to debate whether to adjourn. We're now done, and we're going to see what the vote is. Town meeting members, 102 say close debate. 21 want to keep discussing whether to adjourn, and 1 person abstains. So we're now going to go and vote on whether to adjourn, but after we go through the precincts, so you get a chance to see the various precincts and how your town meeting members are voting on whether to adjourn for this evening. We are reaching the 10 o'clock hour. Town meeting members are going to be faced with whether or not to start a new article, Article 8, in the special town meeting warrant and continue for another couple of hours, or whether or not to return on Thursday night. This is a decision of the town meeting members, and we've seen all the precincts. So we're now going to go to the main motion it's a procedural motion, a motion to adjourn. And when you see that on the screen, you will then start voting now. Please vote. You have 1 minute in which to vote. It is 9:58 p.m. Town meeting members are voting whether to adjourn. We'll clear the screen on speakers since we're now voting on the motion to adjourn. 45 seconds, and town meeting members are voting. They've been at this now for 4 hours this evening, voting on procedural motions, substantive motions, asking questions, and engaging and deliberating in debate on the annual and special town meeting warrant. 20 seconds on the vote on the motion to adjourn. And once we have the vote, we will then decide, based on the vote, what would be the pleasure of town meeting. It is a majority vote, 5, 3, 2, 1, and we're through voting, and we're going to show the results. 81 voting in favor, 38 in opposition, 2 abstentions. It passes, and we're going to scroll through the precincts, and we're going to see how town meeting members voted. We're in precincts 1, 2, and 3, 4, 5, and 6, and 7, 8, and 9 will come. And as we finish, we're going to be thanking everyone for the planning, preparation, and production of this first session of your town meeting. And as we finish going through the precincts, we're showing precincts 11, 10, 11, and now 13, 14, and 15. And with that, it is 10 o'clock, and this meeting is adjourned. Thank you, and good night.